Are you ready for some football? We got the final NFL game of the month here this evening with the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers and hosting Indianapolis Colts from the RCA Dome, make it Lucas Oil Stadium in the Heartland in Indianapolis, Indiana, as both teams are coming off losses last week. Indy lost at home to the other Pennsylvania team in Philadelphia, whereas Pittsburgh lost at home as well to division rival the Cincinnati Bengals, who they then split the regular season series with at one game apiece. Indy does have a tie week one. Pittsburgh could have tied week one against the Bengals as well, as both games were in overtime. Indy tied Houston. Pittsburgh won on a game-winning field goal. So Indy has the tie at 4-7-1, and one more win, I might add, as Pittsburgh, coming off a bye a few weeks back, will hit the road for the first time in about a month at 3-7. Tonight, they're going to have to rock the Naj and run Najee Harris a lot, along with being able to stop Jonathan Taylor on the other side of the ball in the Indy backfield. So that's where it starts and ends, I think, tonight for Pittsburgh if they want to win this game on Monday Night Football. Mike Tomlin, since 2007 as the Steeler head coach, is 18-3 on Monday Night Football. I might add, these two teams have met this very week. Indianapolis on a Monday night in the past as well as 05. The Colts won by 20 plus. However, the Steelers got revenge in the playoffs before they went on to win Super Bowl 40. Of course, the Colts then won Super Bowl 41 a year later. But fast forward to now, of course, no Peyton Manning, no Ben Roethlisberger. And that's why with Kenny Pickett making his 7th career start, looking for his first road win this evening as well. That's why I feel like they got to run the ball like they have the past couple weeks. It seems like they've finally found a running game with Najee Harris. Jalen Warren, unfortunately, going to be out with an injury, so it'll be Benny Snell and Tony McFarland as he returns. Offensively, the offensive line hasn't looked half bad this year. You just can't shoot yourselves in the foot with penalties. Run the football, it all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run, open up play action pass. Pickett's going to have to make some plays too, whether that's, throwing it or running himself. Do what you got to do. Smooth ball downfield. Don't do anything stupid. No turnovers. No stupid-ass penalties. But receiver wise, Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, as Claypool's just a little further northwest in Chi-Town now with the Bears. Really, it's them two at receiver with Pat Freiermuth at tight end, which I could see him having a big game here this evening. It might be a coming out party for a couple players, to say the least. It's still next man up mentality. The standard is the standard here in the Steel City. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. But they're going to be without Jalen Warren, backup running back. Miles Boykin, who's played some at receiver, out as well. So, it's DJ and Pickens and then Sims and Gunner, because you look at the rest of the roster and the depth chart. They traded Claypool. Both Anthony Miller and Calvin Austin III have been done for the season since camp. And, Boykin out. So then that leaves, Deontay Johnson, who's, coming off a big extension this past offseason, for the most part, fully guaranteed, and really hasn't done jack shit. So he needs to step up. Pickett to Pickens is a good combo, as is Pickett to Pat Freiermuth, that Pitt to Penn State connection. But it starts up front, offensively and defensively on the line. They're going to have to be able to run the ball and stop the run of the Steelers want to win this evening. I think it's going to come down to the wire. The last 3 meetings with these two, as Pittsburgh has won 7 straight, last loss was in 08. And that was a one-score game, I might add, as well. So, give or take, whoever wins this game, I feel like it's going to come down to the wire. Maybe a big stop or a turnover late in the fourth quarter. That's what Pittsburgh just needs to give themselves a chance, especially on the road. They really haven't fared too well on the road this year. I know they won week 1, but then they lose at Cleveland in prime time. They lose in Miami also in prime time. And then also a couple blowouts on the road, even though all those games very well could be wins, to say the least. But I'll digress. It's neither here nor there. Of course, they lost. They didn't win. So it's in the past. That was then. This is now. But looking ahead, and it starts tonight. They're 3-7. They got this winnable game tonight and more winnable games coming up before the end of the regular season. As mentioned, past couple weeks, if they can take care of business and maybe get some help, they might be all right. But it starts with them, and it starts up front. They got to run the ball and stop it if they want to win this evening. Nothing stupid. Special teams could be key for them tonight. They haven't had a return touchdown in quite a while. But if they can take care of business, I'm telling you, watch out for the Steelers. But if not, especially with a loss tonight, looking ahead, even with those winnable games, it's going to be tough. With a loss tonight at 3-8, they'd have to win out for a winning record for 1, let alone 2, making the playoffs if possible in that regard. But as mentioned, the last 7 meetings between these two have gone to the Steelers. But the last 3, dating back 5 years, have been decided by 4, 3, and 2 points respectively. In a 28-24 win, a 20-17 win, and a 26-24 win, all for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, once again, this game, I do feel like it's going to come out of the wire. It's a big play. Late. TJ Watt coming off the edge. I need the pressure. Up front, Cam Hayward, Watt. They're going to be without Spillane and Witherspoon on defense. But Miles Jack and Devin Bush still need to step up backer as well, along with Alex Highsmith. We'll see how the defense fares, but KZ hasn't played bad. Mika's, back. Hell, he was back last week, but he really didn't do a hell of a lot. But in the meantime, he did have emergency surgery. So, we'll see who's making the plays late, and we'll see what the difference, ends up being. They've had a lot of one-score games, but max points they've scored in a win this year has been 23, even though they scored 30 last week in the loss at home against the Bengals. And if, the field goals or touchdowns, it's a whole different story. So just keep yourself in it, nothing stupid. They're averaging 31 a game over the 7-game winning streak as well, I might add, against the Colts. And Pittsburgh, for the most part, owns the blue and white. Not Penn State, but the Indianapolis Colts in the NFL. All-time 26-6 in those 32 all-time meetings from, of course, now dating back the whole way to 1950 when the Colts were still in Baltimore as the Baltimore Colts before they packed up in the middle of the night and went to the Midwest. But, in the meantime, since then, Pittsburgh's gone through only Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin still at the helm. Indy just made a move at head coach. 3 weeks ago today? Fired Frank Reich and promoted off the street former Colts center who was working for ESPN as Monday Night Football, of course, on ABC ESPN this evening. in Jeff Saturday, and he's 1-1 as the Colt interim. He seems like a player's coach. They seemingly had things going in the right direction early October after they went to Denver and won on Thursday night, and then for whatever reason, shit went sideways. Ryan was benched. They battled some injuries. Well, in the meantime, Frank Reich got fired. Jeff Saturday, the head coach now. Matt Ryan returns. They get healthy at some key spots, including at running back with Jonathan Taylor. So Pittsburgh had trouble stopping him his rookie year in 20 as they met a few days after Christmas in the Steel City. Then in Pittsburgh with, for the most part, for everybody that year, no fans in attendance because of 2020 being 2020 with COVID. The Steelers came back and found a way to win. So, that's what tonight have to run the ball offensively and stop it on the defensive side, and just hope they're in it late, nothing stupid, give themselves a chance. And as mentioned last week, can't settle for field goals. You got to punch it in and score touchdowns. And Kenny Pickett's going to have to make some plays. As mentioned, he's yet to win on the road. Started at Buffalo and lost, started at Miami and lost, and started at Philadelphia a month ago on Halloween weekend and also lost, as we'll wrap up Thanksgiving weekend now here tonight, this Monday evening for Monday Night Football with the Black and Gold Steelers and the Blue and White Colts. So thanks for tuning in and listening as hunting season started the other day here in PA. From what I can recall, last time the Steelers played a Monday Night Football game on what used to be the first day hunting season, which was the Monday after Thanksgiving. Now it's a Saturday after Thanksgiving. And Pittsburgh at Indy with Mike Tomlin and Jeff Saturday. So come full circle with that. A player that paid his dues in the league as a player, analyst, high school coach, now NFL coach, even though he was never an assistant. Tomlin worked his way up, never had a losing season yet with Pittsburgh. But with that being said, the last time that I can recall that the Steelers played home or away, and this game was at home back in 2007, Tomlin's first year, put him on a football week 12. And 2 years prior to that, they, as mentioned a little bit ago, played then as well at Indy and lost before they got revenge in the playoffs and beat the Colts and won the Super Bowl that year. But it was when it was pouring down rain, the field was complete shit because of PIAA high school football playoffs, and then Pitt having a home game that weekend as well, I might add. But the Steelers winning 3-0 against the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. So I don't think they've played on Monday Night Football this very week, week 12, since. And I could be wrong if I am. Let me know in the comments below. But pretty damn sure, they play at least one primetime game a year. Let alone 2, sometimes 3, if not more. But this year, they went to Cleveland on a Thursday night and lost. Went to Miami and lost as well. Both were one-score games. Here we are tonight at Indy, and the Colts are on to kick off, so Pittsburgh back deep to receive. And so we'll get to see Kenny Pickett and Steeler offense hopefully make some noise this evening. And rock the Naj and run double deuce, Najee Harris, and open up some play action and get the ball to Freiermuth and Pickens, and we'll have a touchback. Almost went out of bounds for a kick out of bounds. Be first and 10, Pittsburgh at the 40, but touchback first and 10 from the 25 for the Steelers to begin tonight's game. So, as always, thanks for tuning in and listening. Rest Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Colts, hashtag PIT for Pittsburgh versus IND for Indy. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always great appreciated as well. So Pittsburgh first and 10 from the 25. Pickett under center. Gunner in motion. Handoff Najee Harris up the middle. And he'll get 7-8 yards on the opening play. and they'll have a second and short coming up here 15 seconds into the night's game. And of course, we're inside. Roof and windows are closed, and no outside element, no factor with the weather. Even though, with that being said, as mentioned, last 3 games were decided by 4, 3, and 2 points when these two teams meet. So, slant over the middle, complete. Deontay Johnson, the 44-yard line, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. So, just keep it up. Keep it simple, balance and consistency. Run to pass, pass to run, do what we're going to do. Take some shots, of course, no doubt about it. Got Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. We are Penn State, Lou Salters, on the call for Monday Night Football. And, yeah, with who you have active, especially at receiver, you got to give him the football. And then that's when the screen game comes into play, too. Harris, no gain on the play as he gets the toss near side, so 2nd and 10. It sucks Jalen Warren's out. He had a catch last week and got injured, didn't return. He's out this evening. So it's Benny Snell and McFarland backing up Najee. But, with Pickett at quarterback, of course, Trubisky backing him up. It's Johnson and Pickens at receiver, Freiermuth at tight end. We'll see how much Zach Gentry, Connor Hayward, get involved, if at all, for that matter. But, yeah, the screen game could be key for Pittsburgh offensively right now that I think about it a little bit more. Deontay Johnson pass complete near side. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh on an 11-yard completion. So they're out towards midfield and out past midfield now, inside Indy territory, right around the 45-yard line, give or take, 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh offense. But just get overall players' touches, get them involved, and hopefully there's some balance and consistency. But Najee's going to have to be the bell cow, that he was last year. Even though Warren's the bulldozer and can play her ass over. Najee Harris on the give. He's going to break a few tackles and get about 6, maybe 7 yards on that run. So 2nd and short once again. So manageable situations. I wouldn't mind taking a shot right now. Something down the middle. For the most part, to Freiermuth. It's been Pickett to hand off to Najee Harris and completing to Deontay Johnson. Nobody else yet. But at the same point in time, they really don't, have anybody else other than, Pickens or Freiermuth. Gunner's in there, Sims as well, but that's about it. Pickett, all right, dumps it off, Steven Sims, and 1st and 10, Pittsburgh again. They'll move the sticks for the 3rd time on this opening drive. Who the hell would have thought Pittsburgh start the game, going on a 3-4 minute drive to start things off here, on 1st down and 1st down and 1st down. I mean, this arguably, knock on wood, don't jinx them, but, it has to be first time in quite a while, at least this year, from what I can recall, as McFarland's in the ball game at tailback, that they've, gone almost 50 yards and knocking on the door looking to take an early lead. McFarland on the give, about a yard, flag on the play, probably coming back for a hold. 10 yards, they'll re-put it down, be 2nd and 20. Maybe even a chop block, for God's sakes. And oh, fuck, here's Bill Vinovich, or Whitecapper, this evening. So a hold on Dan Moore Jr., and 10 yards, they'll re-put it down. But yeah, McFarland, they have had him, in the building the past couple years. That's a good call. Was able to bounce it for a yard, but then the hold allowed him to do that, but then they still didn't get much anyway, so I'd rather have 2nd and 10 rather than 1st and 20, but at least you get another set of downs, or at least another play out of it. With that fresh set of downs from the first down you just got, and now 1st and 20 at the 45, but Pickett looking to throw, rolls out and steps up, going to tuck it and run, and inside the 40 he goes. All right, so they get, for the most part, the penalty yards back. Be 2nd down at about 12. for Pittsburgh here. But no, they, with Najee being the number one, they signed Jalen Warren as an undrafted rookie free agent out of Golden State this past offseason. It was, and even signing McNichols away from Tennessee before camp as well, but injured, hasn't played. McFarland was going to be on the chopping block, which he was. They released him, but then they brought him back. Been on the practice squad, elevated him. So Freiermuth over the middle on 2nd and 12 for about 9, maybe 10, be 3rd and short. A lot of Steeler fans in attendance, as always, regardless. They're playing at home in Pittsburgh, at Philadelphia, down in Miami, hell, even up in Buffalo, or the furthest west they're playing this year in Indianapolis this evening. Steeler Nation going to be making some noise, and the Steeler offense making some noise early. Got to keep the drive alive, though, now, the 3rd and 2. So we'll see what they draw, but out of the gun, trips top of your screen. In the meantime, Pickett's motions near side. Kenny Pickett. High, caught, dropped by Sims, incomplete, and here comes Matthew Wright for a field goal. With Boswell still injured on IR. Matthew Wright in his 3rd game. Boswell at the earliest is going to be back for the Baltimore game in 2 weeks. But we'll see. But yeah, Matthew Wright against New Orleans coming off the bye a couple weeks ago, 2 of 4. Last week, perfect 3 of 3. But the field goals very well could have been touchdowns, and the outcome of the game last week could have been a hell of a lot different. But for 45 yards out here tonight on 4th and 2, under 10 to play in the opening quarter, Pittsburgh with a field goal attempt. And the Steelers strike first on Monday Night Football up 3-0 at Indy. So we'll get to see the Colts offense and Matt Ryan and Jonathan Taylor when we return. But Steelers lead the Colts 3-0. Kenny Pickett 4 or 5 on that drive for 35 yards passing. Harris is 15 yards rushing on 3 carries, so a good 5-yard average. Pickett also had a scramble for 8 yards after the penalty. And then his go-to target was Deontay Johnson, 2 catches, 22 yards, and then they went to Freiermuth to get the 3rd and short, and then they don't convert to kick the field goal, but 1 catch for Pat for 10 yards as well. Sims, a catch for 3. But yeah, as mentioned, with Pickett at quarterback tonight, it's really just Najee Harris at tailback. No Jalen Warren, but you go down the list from there. It's McFarland, Benny Snell, who plays a lot on special teams, but even at running back, we know how that fares. But at receiver, it's Deontay Johnson and George Pickens with, trading away Chase Claypool, and then Miller and Austin having been out all season long, and then Boykin out this evening as well. You do have Steven Sims and then Gunnar Olszewski, both in the return game for that matter as well. But then it's really Pat Freiermuth as your number 3 receiver. And that's what I said. Also at tight end with Zach Gentry and Connor Hayward. We'll see if they get them involved by any means or not. I mean, okay, they had a penalty by Dan Moore on a hold, backed them up 1st and 20. Didn't get another first down after that. They had 7 for 3. So I mean, just don't shoot yourselves in the foot with penalties. They sort of did, but they kept moving the ball, and then okay, they get 3. You just can't make a habit out of 7 for 3 because look at last week. The field goals very well could have been touchdowns. And I think if they were, honestly, another 1-score game, the defense gave up more points than, overall you scored and you lost. But, just you can't settle for 3. You got to score points. I think last week would have been a hell of a lot different outcome, but it wasn't. And even in the 1-score games, earlier in the year, they just got to find a way to win these close games. And at times they have, but the other times they haven't because they lost. So yeah, but Indy going to be out on offense. Pittsburgh, of course, out on defense. They say the most games played for Jeff Saturday was 211, as he's now coaching in only his 3rd game in his interim second half of the season. year here in 2022. And a return from the goal line for the Colts. And then a missed tackle, and the Colts return out to the 34-yard line. So your 1st and 10 for Matty Ice, Matt Ryan, who is from Pennsylvania, played at Boston College, longtime Falcon, and then they moved on from him, traded him to the Colts this past offseason. You know, Colts trying to figure out their quarterback situation because, you know, since Peyton Manning retired, well, even before that, you know, he went and played for Denver for 4 years. They had Andrew Luck, but then Luck retired unexpectedly, and it's been a quarterback carousel for the Colts. Ryan, over the middle, oh my God, almost picked off. Well, it should have been caught on the slant, but then dropped. Let's see a replay here. Levi Wallace on the coverage. Good coverage. Got a hand in there, and then just deflected a little bit, and then he almost picked it off, as did Miles Jack and Adams, 57. So no more Hines. It's Acrisure, even though it's still Hines Field. Lucas Oil, Steelers lead 3-0. 2nd and 10, Indy from the 34. Matt Ryan going to step up, avoid a sack. They almost pick him off again, and they do. James Pierre with the INT. Steelers ball, 1st and 10 to the 38. Got to capitalize off it. You got to score now. Short field, run the football, tack onto this lead. 6 with a field goal. I'll take it. You got to get something off of it, but score a fucking touchdown. You should be up 10-0 here in a couple minutes. Don't turn it over yourself. So back-to-back plays. 2 passes. First one almost picked off. The second one is James Pierre. No gain on the return, but 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. So yeah, as mentioned, they went from Peyton to Andrew Luck. And then, you know, for the most part, from after Luck, Jacoby Brissett, Phillip Rivers, Carson Wentz, and now Matt Ryan, and he throws an interception on the second play of the game as the Steeler defense now has 13 INTs this year. Pickett rolls out, complete, and 2 yards on the reception. All right, they're bringing up guys from the practice squad. And then rightfully so. I mean, it's still next man up mentality. McFarland. And then also, because that was caught by number 15, Cody White. All right, you can add him to the wide receiver mix this evening. 2nd and 8, Najee Harris for 3, maybe 4. It'd be 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. Yeah. You got to capitalize off this turnover. You got to score. I don't care if it's a field goal. No, I know I said, so we're contradicting myself. He can't over 3. You at least got to get something off this turnover, because those aren't going to be coming every play. You got to score off it. You got to at least get some points. So that's a field goal or a touchdown. We'd like a touchdown. You got to score off this. You got a big 3rd and 5 here. 3rd and 5 for Pittsburgh from the 34. It would, of course, be a long field goal from this range. Even if they don't convert, still a long field goal for Matthew Wright. Pickett. Run. He will, and he'll get the Steeler first down and dive head first inside the 25, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh at the 24. Keep it up. Keep going. You don't necessarily need to go hurry up by any means. Just work the sticks. Get 10 yards at a time. And the more 10-yard gains that you get moving forward rather than backwards, because you don't want to be going backwards the other end zone. That's for your opponent. You want to be going forward and scoring points yourself. Of course, the closer you're going to get, and the more hopefully you're going to score. So, 1st and 10 out of the gun, fake the draw. Pickett steps up and gets sacked. So 2nd and long for the Steelers. As mentioned, the 3 wins that they have sitting at 3-7 this year. The most points they've scored in those wins have been 23 and 20 points respectively twice. Most points win or loss they've scored as a team this year is 30 last week in the loss against the Bengals. In which, once again, those field goals are touchdowns. Different outcome, I think. Hell, different story. They'll run play there for a couple yards, got a 3rd and long. The sack's going to hurt them. So the first drive was the hold, now the sack, now 3rd and 12, 13, 6, 16 and counting to play in the opening quarter. So the Steelers are controlling the clock, which is a good thing. If they continue to do that and run the ball late with a lead, they should be all right. But 3rd and 12 officially, yeah, it looks like unless they get a first down here, they're going to settle for 3. Which, all right, whatever. You just got to get something off this turnover, though. Because that might be the lone Colt turnover of the night, for all we know. At least get some more yardage, God damn it, you can't take a fucking sack there. Now you got to punt. Because you're not kicking a 60-yard fucking field goal. Son of a bitch. Said, you just got to get some yardage, get a little closer, make the field goal a little easier, rather than, what it would have been there at, almost 45, 50 yards. And Matthew Wright's not Chris Boswell. He bounced back last week, but, still, he's been there before. They've had him. He's all right, but he's not that great of a kicker. But you still got to rely on your special teams. As now they got to rely on fucking Presley Harvin with his blue suede shoes to pin the Colts deep. And shit, they almost do inside the 5 of the 1, but then they down in the end zone at the last second. So a touchback, 1st and 10, Colts from the 20. That's why you just can't take a sack in that situation, because then you get backed up and then you got to punt, which they did, and then nothing off the turnover. So they get the turnover and then nothing out of it. So, basically you're back to square one as if, you just scored on your opening drive at 3-0, and, you just gave them the ball back, and with a touchback, they have a 1st and 10 at the 20, 25. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 20 after the punt. Punt return fielded at the 20, kickoff return with a touchback fielded at 25. But you still got to score off of that, man. That's frustrating. And you can't take a sack in that situation. But at the same point in time, as I believe they just said, with some miscommunication up front, they brought pressure, and Pittsburgh offensively on the line, they couldn't block them. And what was he supposed to do? Okay, he fell down, took the sack, could have threw it away, could have also resulted in a, turnover. A penalty wouldn't have been a bad idea, because then you get to, replay the down. But with the sack, they decline it and make you punt anyway. So there's nothing really you can do there. It's just you got to block better up front. So 2 drives, both could have been touchdowns. You get 1 field goal, maybe another field goal, but no, the sack, you got to punt. Or a combo, of both. But the hold on the opening drive cost them. And then the sack right there just cost them. So at least they have a 3-0 lead, but you're still, as it's early, a lot of football have to be played. Gonna have to make some plays on defense. I can probably guarantee you, up until 3rd down on this drive, the Colts are not going to throw the football. They're going to hand off to Jonathan Taylor on 1st and 2nd down and see what they can get, and then go from there. Because Matt Ryan, 2 passes on the opening drive. First one was picked off. Second one was. Pittsburgh, of course, couldn't capitalize on it, though. So we'll see if that doesn't come back and, cost them by any means. But, just... that's just frustrating. Especially with good field. It's not like they, allowed Indy to drive and then, got the turnover and then couldn't do anything themselves as they, did it anyway. But then, with that being said, it's like they had good field. They, could have kicked another field goal, but then the hold and the sack is what's holding them back from a touchdown and, another touchdown or a touchdown and a field goal for that matter. But I'll digress. Defense got to make a stop. 1st and 10, Indy from the 20, Highsmith on the tackles. They will hand off to Jonathan Taylor for 6 yards. Minka Fitzpatrick in the back end there as well. wrapping them up. So, yeah, there's the Indy quarterback list after Peyton to Andrew Luck. Yeah, for the most part, it's Jacoby Brissett, Phillip Rivers, Carson Wentz, and now Matt Ryan, who they benched, but after Frank Reich was fired, Saturday starts them. Just Saturday, as mentioned, it seems like a player's coach. And if, he does well enough from now, it's 1-1 as an interim, but from now until the end of the year, I'm not going to be shocked if they promote him to full-time head coach. Because why would you want to go out and, hire somebody else if, you think he's capable of, being the head man and, getting the job done and winning football games. As coaches coach and players play, 3rd and 3 empty set, they will throw as they ran. Edmonds on the sack. 4th down, Indy, and they'll punt. Steelers getting the ball back, so all right. Not that big of a deal right now that, they couldn't do anything with the turnover. But the Colts, meantime, can't do jack shit to begin the game anyway. So, is what it is, but still would like some points off the turnover. Maybe third time's charm with this upcoming drive. But yeah, they, as thought, run it on the first 2 plays. 3rd and 3, they out of the empty look to throw, and then pocket collapses. Steelers get 2 and bring them down on the sack. So 4th and 10, back to the original line of scrimmage, and the Colts to punt. So take off those Jonathan Taylor 7-yard rushing, and the Colts have nothing to show for it tonight. Sims on the return from the 22, looking like Antoine Randall, and gets to the 40-yard line on the punt return. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from there, with 3 minutes on the dot to play in this first quarter. And they're going to take another damn commercial break. So get back to the action momentarily. But this is always, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Coming to halftime, we'll first assess the scores. Recap what happened in the NFL this week 12. Also preview week 13 for next week. That'll be on Thursday night. And just be sure to subscribe. Get your phone next to as well. Stay up to date. But I'll leave it at that, and then we'll see what Pittsburgh does offensively when we return. They're not looking half bad. Line wise though, a hold and then giving up the sacks. What's cost them some more points right now, I think. Long story short, so once again, starts there. You got to be able to run the ball and stop it tonight if they want to win. So we'll see if that comes to fruition or not. And then, we'll go from there. But they got to step up and, play a little better, I think, right now. And then, surprised Pickens doesn't have at least one target, let alone a catch yet, but he doesn't. But it seemed like, and rightfully so, Pickett's go-to target, since he entered in the second half against the Jets early October and then has started every game since. But is still yet to win on the road, and they go to Atlanta next Sunday afternoon as well, and also have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube of that as well, so be sure to tune back in, and every Penn State and Pittsburgh Steelers football game throughout each and every season. So thanks for the support. Thanks for tuning in this evening. But it seems like Pickett's go-to target's been Pat Freiermuth. And why the hell not? Check it down to the receivers. Whether that's a receiver or tight end, for God's sakes, but down the middle of the field. We got a Ben Roethlisberger footballing podcast clip with him talking about Pickett and how he's played so far this year. He's got real potential. Number 7 says his number 8, Kenny Pickett, makes his 7th career start this evening. So maybe they'll get lucky, but we'll see what they got here. They're 3-7. They're a little bit better than record shows, but at the same point in time, at times are honestly really not that good. There's really no in between. I know that might, sound a little like, what'd I just say? What'd he say? Like, might not make sense. But, it's just how the Steelers season's gone. Their 7 losses, you think about it. there's at least 3, maybe 4 of those games that are, in fact, losses that could be wins right now. And it's completely flipped. But they like I said, they got to honestly win tonight to keep their season alive. But, they haven't been in this spot in almost 20 years. They haven't had a losing season since 2003. So 2nd and 7 from the 41. Pickett's pass complete. And there's George Pickens to midfield. 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh offense. 2:12 and counting to play in the first quarter here. He was actually thrown out last week. But it really didn't matter because it was on the onside kick at the end of the game with, seconds remaining. And surprisingly, as I said then, he'll probably get fined this week by the league. He didn't. But as Johnson's in motion, Pickett with his first reception a play ago, fake the give to Najee Harris. Pickett near side, a little too much, incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. So 2nd and 10 as we near the end of the first quarter here. Pittsburgh up 3-0. So, I don't mind the shots. You just got to execute it. That's the thing. Because earlier in the season, they weren't even, taking any shots at all. So, you got to take it for what it's worth. Good, bad, ugly. Just move the ball. Take what the defense gives you, especially for a rookie quarterback who coming out of the pit. As McFarland gets the give and 14 yards on the run for him. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. Arguably the most pro-ready quarterback in 2022 in a, no doubt about it, small quarterback draft class, but, he was the first and only first-round quarterback taken this past spring. And, if they needed him to start week 1, he could have played. They didn't start him, though, until mid-October because you go back to, when Trubisky was playing, he was playing good enough to an extent because, the defense has been, been playing good to an extent as well. But, of course, they're 3-7, so they've given up more points than they've scored in 7 of those games because they lost them, no doubt about it. But it came down to the point, okay, we've seen enough of this. KP can't be much worse. But as I said then, and I've said since as well, 2nd and 10, McFarland on the screen, loss of a yard, 3rd and 11, and that should do it for the first quarter. Now, regardless of who the hell the quarterback is, they have to find a running game. With Najee Harris and Jalen Warren, they have to be able to run the football. And the past 2 games, they've been able to run the football against the Saints and Bengals. So hopefully, that'll keep up tonight. A little bit there on the opening drive. They're sort of going away from it already. They'll have a 3rd and 11 now to begin the second quarter, but they have a 3-0 lead at the end of the one here, and I don't want that football at the Colts. So just got to convert, continue to drive. It's like, okay, the first drive, I said, hey, the 50 or, so yards they went, had us over 3, the penalty hurt them, and the second drive, the sack hurt them. It's like they are, once again on this drive as well, McFarland had a first down. They go forward, but then they take a step or 2 back. It's like they get to that part of the cliff. They don't know if they should, continue to move forward or not, because they think they might, for whatever reason, fall. Well, you think about it, you don't know chance-wise what's going to happen unless you take that chance. So they just got to keep moving the football. But you also got to give credit to the Colt defense, because then they're bending but not breaking. They might be giving up a play or 2 here or there, but then they're making stops. Whereas the Steeler defense right off the bat here, they're, making stop after stop after stop. The Colts have only had the ball for 5 plays tonight on offense. So, this, like I said, time possession might be key. Steelers controlling the clock in this opening quarter. Officially at the end of one by a good 10-minute margin. Yeah, the penalty and the sack cost them, I think, more points. But third and long again. Some manageable situations, but then they put themselves in a hole. Got to find a way out. Just nothing stupid. You can't be turning the ball over like they did. Even though you didn't, of course, capitalize it on, unfortunately. It's one play, one drive at a time. One game at a time, for that matter. But, as mentioned, as long as they, take care of business, I think they'll be all right. I do. They might need some help, but if they take care of business, they're actually 2.5-point underdogs tonight at Indy, who has one more win and one more tie than the Steelers do. The Colts aren't half bad, though. They're not. 3rd and 12 from the 38. Pickett looking to throw, dumps off on the screen to Najee Harris, who's going to try to get some extra yards, but then no penalty on a so-so late hit. So 4th down and off the punt again, so nothing. God damn. So an opening drive field goal. But then nothing to show for it. Since. Even with getting a turnover on defense. 3 and out on defense as well. Yeah, they're controlling the clock and got a 3-point lead. Oh, shit, they're going to kick a field goal from 52. All right, we'll see how this goes. And it will be good. Matthew Wright from 52 yards. It is up and good. All right, 6-0. Could be 9-0. Could be, at a max 16-17-0 for that matter. Even 21-0. Doinked it right at the last second and hooked in. So it's still good. It's through the uprights. And Matthew Wright, 2 of 2 on field goals tonight. So 2 of 2 tonight, 3 of 3 last week, and 2 of 4 the week prior. So, he's 7 of 9 through 3 games. 2 games and a quarter. As there's Boswell. We're not in Kansas anymore, they're Toto. But Pittsburgh's just owned this game for 16 minutes. And that's the stat right there, the time possession, because the Colts have only had the ball for 5 plays. Pittsburgh had the ball for 3 drives, and oh shit, that ain't good. Doctor's checking in on Najee. He'll sit down on the bench, though, and watch some tape from those 3 drives. And Steelers have a 6-0 lead. Could be, a little bit larger, but it's only 6, so I'll take it. But Colts on the return, and to the 31-yard line, they go 1st and 10. Early second quarter. So, all right, now we know, I know I said a little bit ago, about Matthew Wright, but now we know sort of where he can kick it from. I still want to, unless it comes down to it, want to be kicking from 50 plus, because that one, very well could have been no good. Then you give him a short field. Because where did Pickett get sacked at? Back around 38, so 38, 48. Yeah, been a couple more yards than what he just kicked, say 55, 56. But all right, Field goal punt, field goal drive. Steelers lead 6-0. 1st and 10 Colts. Dump off on the screen, and nobody was there. Incomplete. So I think Taylor didn't get off the block fast enough and falls incomplete. So 2nd down. And surprisingly, as mentioned, Bill Vinovich, our official Whitecapper, here today, we only had one penalty thrown. His crew, along with a few other crews in the NFL, the Zebras and their herd or pack, normally they're reaching in their pocket, it seems like every other play and calling this or that. But same point in time, it's still early, still a lot of football to be played. So 3rd and 4 already for the Colts here. Got a late whistle, and I think an injured player. Yep. Injured offensive lineman. And I believe that's, Ryan Kelly, 78 from Alabama. I have him, along with Quentin Nelson, Will French Fries from Penn State. So 3rd and 4 for Indy. They'll take a TV timeout with the injury. Colts going to have a backup center. So we'll see if there's any issues with snapping the football or not. Honestly, shouldn't be, but you never know. But then defensively, continue to bring pressure. I've yet to say TJ Watt's name on defense for the Steelers tonight. Until just then. TJ Watt. But him, Hayward, and Minka was splaying out at backer. Jack and Bush have to step up. Highsmith has a tackle, but then even in the back end with Witherspoon out again as well. Cam Sutton, Levi Wallace on the coverage of the first 2 plays of the game for the Colts on offense. Both almost picked off. The second one, in fact, was. Fortunately, they didn't get anything out of it, though. So field goal touchdown there. They have a couple more points than they have right now. It's 6-0. But Millette, James Pierre has the pick. Edmonds with a sack. I mean, so I said, we'll see who steps up. But I feel like, McFarland on offense has a 1st down run for the first time on the offensive side of the ball for the Steelers offense this year, let alone in God knows how long. First time since he, last was given a 1st down run for that matter. But, potentially coming out party for this player, that player, the whole goddamn team for that sake. So they got to win and got to continue to win. That's why I said if they can take care of business, maybe win a game or 2 they're not supposed to. So says the spread. Last I checked, though, game ain't set on paper, set on field. So, and then, long run, maybe even get some help again. I'm telling you, watch out for Steelers, but it starts now. Hell, it started last week, even the week before. They're 1-1 in the last 2 games, but they have lost 2 of 3 and 3 of 4. They haven't won on the road since week 1, and their 2 wins at home were against the NFC South and Tampa, New Orleans. And with a 3-point, a 2-point, and 10-point win, they're up 6 now, but they're going to have to get off the field on defense here. 3rd and 4 for the Colts, empty set. And Matt Ryan, that's a fucking hold. Gonna tuck it and run, and then he throws it late. There's a flag on the play. Pittman on the reception. They say catch 1st down. But I think, illegal contact. No, they say incomplete. So 4th and 4, decline the penalty, punt. Yeah, Sutton almost sacked him. And there's a hold right there on 72. Thank you. That was the hold I was referring to. That's a hold. Throw it. They did. And then he was going to run, and then he threw it. And then they say catch, but then they say incomplete because he stepped out and then stepped back in and then caught it, so an illegal catch, which is incomplete. So they, in the meantime, as they were saying incomplete, They got the penalty on the hold, replay the down, 3rd and 14, but because it's incomplete, it's 4th and 4. You decline the penalty to make the Colts punt, which they are, so Steelers getting the ball back, and Steven Simmons back deep to receive. Matt Hack on to punt for Indy. Booms it to the 22, Sims on the return, and he'll fall down. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from there. With a 6-0 lead here early second quarter. Got all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Colts will receive the second half kick as they kicked off and Pittsburgh received to begin tonight's game. So, Pittsburgh 6-0, could be at a max 21-0. It really honestly should be, though, anywhere 6-9, 13-0, give or take, somewhere in there. They've left some points off the board. They have. Just as they did last week, settling for 3. The hold, the sack. I was surprised they kicked the 52-yarder. Figured they'd punt, and then he trots for long field goal, and then he made it. As what I was saying with Matthew Wright compared to Boswell, juggle it up and down. All right, but hey, he made it. So unless it comes down to it, it wouldn't want to be kicking from 50 plus though with him, unless, like I said, you absolutely have to. But you got to take the points somehow. That's the other thing. But they got to keep it up. They can't do something good for a play or two, get a first down or a couple, and then not do anything at all. That's their problem. They stall. Rev it, and then kaput. Blows up in their face. Hopefully Najee Harris is okay. Because if he's out, and then Warren's already out, they're honestly fucked at running back. It would be McFarland the rest of the way than Benny Snell. But then, as they say, the short passes nowadays are considered runs, which my ass they are. As I said, though, earlier, though, too, even with who they have or don't have a receiver, get the screen game going. Because they do like to, run that. But then when they do like to run it, and then whether it's working for them or not, they just put it on the back burner and then wait for it to catch fire. And then, oh shit, we forgot about this. Let's do it again. So, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, Najee Harris back in the ballgame, so good sign, not injured as originally thought. Even when he was hurt a couple weeks ago, remember he came back. Had a couple touchdowns last week, but 1st and 10 Steelers from 21 officially after the punt. And Pickett under center. They're going to throw again. Pickett going to step up and throw. Deep ball down the far side. Pickens on the catch. Maybe a little bit of push off, but no penalty. And a 1st down 10 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pickett to Pickens. Pickett to Pickens. And I'll say it, for as many yards that was thrown, that's a catch. Yeah, maybe a little bit of push off, but like I said last week, say it 5 times fast, or Pickett to Pickens for Steeler 1st down. And Najee Harris for 5-6 yards up the middle, 2nd down, so. Yeah, that was nice catch play. From rookie to rookie, Pitt to Georgia. Panther, Bulldog, both Steelers. I think everybody's watching this game, standing right next to their TV, just staring at the catch like he did. But from the 40, 2nd and 5. And they'll hand off again up the middle for about 3, maybe 4, be 3rd and short for Pittsburgh. So, all right, they're now working in 3 backs. Najee Harris to Tony McFarland. Benny Snell with his first carry on the year. 3rd and 2 for Pittsburgh. Got to convert. You got to convert. And they'll hand off, and they'll get the first down. That's forward progress. Thank you. That's a first down. Move the sticks. It might have to bring the chain gang out, but that's a first down. Move it. 1st and 10 Steelers. 11-11 to play in the first half. Up 6. Keep it up. You have momentum on your side. You've controlled the clock. They have not done jack shit tonight. With ease for the most part. Another handoff to Benny Snell. All right. To the 29-yard line he goes. He's played on special teams all year. And we've seen him at tailback in the past. You know, he's honestly not that great. Neither is McFarland, but it's who we have and it's who we're running. So it's next man up. That's why you're on the active roster. That's why you have 53 in the practice squad. Pickett looking to throw on 2nd and 5. Complete to Freiermuth inside the 20 down to the 17, 1st and 10 Steelers. Yep. From Penn State to Pittsburgh. He's one of the best tight ends in the NFL. He is. And I'm not just saying that, you know, as a Steeler fan, let alone a Penn State fan. He is one of the best tight ends in the league. 1st and 10 from the 18. And Sims in motion. Run end around, no. They'll hand off. Najee Harris back in. No gain on the play. They probably should have in the end around. He might have got something with it, but 2nd and 10. But no, as mentioned with McFarland earlier, you know, Najee as your number 1. Had a great rookie year last year. I remember saying when the Steelers played the Colts right after Christmas back in 2020 that, you know, Jonathan Taylor ran all over him that day. You know, go back to that draft when Taylor was coming out of Wisconsin. Pittsburgh still had James Conner, but Pickett quarterback draw on 2nd and 11, going to dive and touched, and that should be a first down. No, they'll say short, 3rd and 2, but, would have liked to have had him, with the type of running back he is, because Pittsburgh, up until they got Najee Harris, under James Conner, they cannot run the fucking football at all. Even when they were 11-0 in 2020, they still didn't have a running game. And then you go back to Benny Snell and McFarland being backups, they still are. But even back to McFarland, from camp to preseason, yeah, it was going to come down to him and Snell who was going to get cut. Snell got to stay because of special teams. McFarland was released, has returned. They're both playing tonight along with Harris. And, hey, just keep it simple. Run the damn ball, and they are. 1st and goal now, Pittsburgh at the 6. And they'll hand off again, Najee Harris, and touchdown Pittsburgh. Boom. 7-yard rushing touchdown for Najee Harris and Kenny Pickett's 7th career start, as the Steelers have won 7 straight against the Colts. They lead at 12-0. Still should have a few more points on the board, but I'll take a 12, 13, 14, depending on if they kick it or go for 2 here. Point shutout lead here as we near halftime, and they'll kick the extra point. So Matthew Wright with the extra point. Up and good. 13-0 Pittsburgh. With 7:47 to play in the first half. Colts going to need more than jet airliner to come back and cut this lead, let alone make it a game, even win the game, for God's sakes. But there is still a lot of football left to be played, but offensively, the Colts have not done anything whatsoever. Matt Ryan's 0 for 4, has been sacked once, has an interception on the second play of the game. Taylor has 13 yards rushing on 3 carries. Pittsburgh on the flip side, Kenny Pickett's 10 of 12, 96 yards passing. And then they have some balance in the running game, thank God. With Najee Harris, Anthony McFarland, and even Benny Snell, let alone Kenny Pickett, for God's sakes. Najee Harris, 9 carries, 33 yards rushing, and that 7-yard touchdown. Kenny Pickett has 3 carries, 26 yards rushing. McFarland, 3 of 16, give me a hell yeah. Benny Snell, 3 of 10. And then George Pickens with a 35-yard catch on that touchdown drive. 2 catches for him, 44 yards receiving. Both Johnson and Freiermuth have 2 catches, 22 yards apiece. So 13-0 Steelers at Indy here tonight on Monday Night Football. And they have completely, from the start, been in full control of this game. For the quarter and a half we've played, they've had the ball 19 minutes to 3. And by far have way more total yards than the Colts do. At 164 to 6. Have run a good 25 plus more plays. Have 11 first downs to Indy's 0. The Colts have yet to get a first down as we near halftime, let alone be in Steeler territory, for God's sakes. Pittsburgh 3 of 6 on third down, so 50% there for the time being. For the most part, they've been able to convert. Even when they haven't, okay, the punt, because of the sack, just on the outside field goal range. The other 2 were field goals. So 6-0, they score there, 13-0. And Indy going to get the ball back, and we'll see if this Steeler defense can make yet another stop. And once again, I have still yet to say T.J. Watt's name with him making a play in this game tonight. You know, it's been, as Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi was held, the Colts had to punt. Steelers go 80 yards and score a touchdown and go up 13 now. Here comes the Colt offense. But as Pierre has the interception, you know, Levi Wallace making some plays. Edmonds once again has the sack. Just keep them pushed back. Don't let them move. Hold them down. It's the best way to just describe to keep doing what you're doing right now. 1st and 10 from the 25 for the Colts. And Ryan under center. And they'll run it. Jonathan Taylor going to cut back. And the Colts will get their first down there on that 11-yard run by JT. And 1st and 10 for the Colts. So, hey. Just lots of fucking hold again on Ryan Kelly, who's back in the ball game. But at least Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi's doing his job. You know, he's being held. I mean, I get unholding happens on every play. Matter of fact, if they call it or not. But it's a penalty, call it. It's not, don't let them play. But 1st and 10 Colts from the 35. Play action pass, Ryan. Incomplete near side. Levi Wallace on the coverage, intended for Michael Pittman. I mean, hell, seems like Levi Wallace has been on every single coverage, on every single pass Ryan's throwing the football on here tonight. I think he might get an interception by the time this game's over with. I mean, you know, ball was batted up and Pierre had it earlier, but continue forcing pressure. And they run a screen. T.J. Watt chasing down Jonathan Taylor, missed tackle. Some slipping and sliding, Loudermilk, but then Millette and a few other teammates on the back end make the stop. So 3rd and 1 for the Colts here. Got the ball on this drive for about a minute, nearing their 2nd first down of the game. They're going to go hurry up, hand off to Jonathan Taylor again, and out past midfield into Steeler territory for the first time tonight. 1st and 10 for the Colts. So there's a spark for Indy, if you will. Stick to the run game, stick to your game plan. I mean, you're not down by much, but even though you haven't done shit, you don't want to get this. You still don't want to allow this game to get out of hand. But 1st and 10 for the Colts, so keep running it, and rightfully so. That's the thing. Jeff Saturday knows what the hell he's doing. He knows what he's talking about. People might give him shit, but he seems like a good coach. Watt chasing down Ryan, hits him as he throws it away, incomplete. 2nd and 10, as Cam Hayward almost had the sack as well. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. But wasn't a bad play. Offensive line just got beat, and Pittsburgh chased them down, and Matt Ryan really couldn't do anything with it. So from midfield, 2nd and 10, but. Matt Ryan's pass complete to Pittman, but, well, rather than 3rd and short, they push him. That should be a first down again for the Colts, right at the 39.5, 40-yard line. And, position as Pittsburgh's got Fryer with a couple completions here already. The Colts really haven't targeted any tight ends tonight. They haven't. But up until this drive, they haven't done anything at all. Hand off to Jonathan Taylor again for about 3, maybe 4 yards. So, we'll see Indy continue to march downfield, and we'll see if they can, cut this lead and, make it, a little interesting, because they could, double dose it here before halftime in early 3rd quarter, because they'll got the ball to begin the 2nd half. And then we got ourselves a whole new ball game. But Mo Alley Cox and Jelani Woods are who I'd be looking to right now if I'm Matt Ryan, down the middle of the field. Because they continue to run the football. But just wait, they're going to, as they think they have Pittsburgh on their heels, backing them up, catch them off guard. They're going to run some play action off of this here in a second. Mark my words. So 3rd and 4 for the Colts. Some movement up front, but that's a hold. That is a fucking hold. Throw the flag. Matt Ryan's pass incomplete near side. Bush on the coverage, 4th down. They'll kick the field goal. It's a hold. Oh my God. Keep bringing pressure off the right side. They're being held every fucking play. Oh my God, how is that not a penalty? The ref's literally standing right there. "51-yard field goal for one of 2 Adam Vinatieri's replacements as Rex Specs was cut. Chase McLaughlin kicks up and good. So the SPCA is happy. 13-3. Now, Sarah McLaughlin and Chase McLaughlin kicks up and good from 51. So both kickers have made 50-plus yard field goals tonight. And Colts get on the board with a field goal. So 13-3 your score. So they're going to get it back. with some time here before half, and 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning, up 10. Looking to add some more points to their total. So, going to be a big drive for the Steelers, because if they don't get anything out of this, like I said, Colts could 1-2 punch it right before half and early third quarter, and cut this lead, and makes a hell of a lot more interesting ball game in the third quarter, into the second half. With field goal there, touchdown, another field goal, but then a touchdown game. So I still think, like I said, going to be going down to the wire. We've had a couple of blowouts with these two in the past, but the last 3 meetings, as mentioned, were decided by 4, 3, and 2 points respectively. So, 10-point game now, after it was 3, 6-0, 13-0. Pittsburgh, 2 field goals and a touchdown. Could be a little bit more. Colts with the field goal there, 13-3. Going to be a big drive for the Steelers here before halftime. With 3:48 to play in the half and 3 timeouts plus 2-minute warning. That's a ton of time if you can manage it right. When you've controlled the clock to this point, should be able to. And should be able, I would hope, to think, score some more points here before half. Because this field goal or touchdown before halftime overall could be the difference once the game's said and done, depending on what the Colts do early third quarter. Because this crowd could very well, change the course of this game with a turnover, say by the Steelers. So, no, but the Steelers defensively, you already have an interception off of them. Okay, you get a couple big runs there, but like I said at the start, going to be one up front. If Pittsburgh can run the ball and stop it, should be okay. But if not, they're on to next week. But even with that being said, continue to bring the pressure. There's only been, 1-2 penalties. There should be a ton more with all the holds that I get. They're not going to throw all the time because it happens in every play. But when it's clear and obvious and the ref's standing right there and they doesn't throw the flag, then it's like, come on, man. Continue to bring the pressure off the edge. And then as explosive as they are, to spin off of it or, from the middle of the defense, bringing some pressure, even from the secondary, maybe on a safety or corner blitz from somebody in the back end, say by Minka. I could see a big play like that potentially happening, taking down Matt Ryan later on. But in the meantime, just don't do anything stupid, Pittsburgh. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. They run a screen, McFarland, and they're going to get a first down for 12 yards out to the 37. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. So keep it up. 3.5 and counting to play in the half. You still got 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning, up 10, 13-3. Just said, going to be a big drive here for the Steelers. Got to score some points before halftime. And with blocking downfield, McFarland had a convoy on the screen and 12 yards. First down, Pittsburgh. First and 10 from the 37. Pickett's pass on a slant caught. First down. No, they'll say about a yard short. 2nd and 1. Deontay Johnson on the reception. Quick bullet over the middle. 1st and 10. No, once again, 2nd and 1 for the Steelers. They mark up just shy. Good coverage by Stephon Gilmore. Maybe a little bit of a hold. But a good throw by Pickett and even better catch and 2nd and short. So they'll run a draw and they'll get the easy first down for 4 yards out past midfield. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. And that should take us to 2-minute warning. You're up 10, 13-3. You shouldn't be in any hurry to snap before the 2-minute mark. 2:16 and counting. Let it go to 2 minutes. You still got your 3 timeouts, and you got half the field to work with. With a 10-point lead going into halftime, don't snap it here. They're in no hurry, so they won't. As the Colts, I might add, are wearing old school helmets, looking like Penn State out there tonight. No horseshoe logo on the sides of the helmet. So it's a basic white helmet with a blue stripe down the middle. Colt blue, not Navy Penn State blue. But where the numbers are normally at for the Colts on the back of the helmet, that's where the horseshoe logo is at on both sides. They've worn these helmets in the past, from what I can recall, most notably on Thanksgiving the one year at Detroit. But Pittsburgh with at the field to work with, 2 minutes to play and 3 timeouts, up 10. You got a ton of time. Keep it simple. Do what you do. You've done. Drive and score. Whether that's a field goal, touchdown, like a touchdown. You had 2 field goal drives to start the game, and then a touchdown drive. I'd like another touchdown drive, please. And then, get out there on defense, begin the second half because the Colts will receive. Continue to make stops, and then continue to tack onto your lead one way or another. Still think special teams could, be a factor. I mean, hell, 3 field goals and a touchdown. But in the return game, special teams be a factor. Just add some more points, because 13-3 might seem like enough right now. A lot of breathing room, but it's not going to be, if you don't get stops. So they got to, stop them. Of course, keep it up and hope to score more points on offense, and, we'll go from there. There's not really much else to be said, so I'll leave it at that. But in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Link in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share and chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. So, Pittsburgh at 3-7. It's been one of those seasons, but once again, I've said if they can take care of business, they'll be all right, I think. Looking ahead, which we'll get to later, they'll go on the road again next week and then return home, but then it's, home away, from there on out the rest of the year. Regardless, home or away, Steeler Nation's going to show up. Hopefully the team does too. They had a field goal drive to begin the game. Punted, another field goal drive, touchdown drive, looking to do something here before halftime. So, even though 13 points, they're moving the football, they're controlling the clock. Not necessarily clicking on all cylinders, but they're looking better than the Colts are. Handoff, Benny Snell hits the hole, and to the 32-yard line he goes for about a 20-yard run. Make it, about 18, almost 20. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. And they go hurry up. Officially 17 to the 33, so 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from there. Out of the gun, trips top, right to left, Pickett, complete, Sims. And he'll get 5, maybe 6, so second and the medium, maybe a timeout with $1:28. You still got 2 timeouts. Yeah, timeout Pittsburgh. But, all right. I sound it, certain times like a broken record, but middle of the field, man. Pat Freiermuth. Perfect position right now, okay? They, for whatever reason, even though they give them the ball, they don't give them the ball enough. And they're working the screen game in, but they're able to run the ball. Whether it's Najee Harris, McFarland, Snell for that matter, been able to run the football for the most part tonight. But why not take a shot? 2nd and 4. Pickett going to step up. Run. Get the first down. And he will. First down Steelers. Hell, this keeps up. They might get a couple guys with at least 50 yards rushing for the game, and maybe 1, 2 guys with 100 plus. I don't know what the hell took them so long. Where the hell has this been at? But past 2 games and first half here tonight, they've been able to run the football. Whether that's with the running backs, Kenny Pickett once again making plays. So let's continue to make some damn noise. Let's score some more points here. From the 22, 1st and 10. And they'll run a draw. Najee Harris to the 20 for 2. 2nd and 8. And a whistle. Maybe another timeout with a minute 17. Yep. Oh, God. Najee limping off. But they called the timeout, so he's going to be able to go back in on the next play. If, they want him to, or if he wants to, if, health-wise, good enough. But he's, been banged up all year from the start with a foot to, being hurt a couple weeks ago. Now here again tonight. But just not looking as good as he was last year by any means. But, even, as I say, oh, God, he's hurt. No, not now. They're still able to run the football with McFarland and Snell, but they take the timeout. They have 1 remaining. Got 2nd and 8 with a minute 17 to play. Up 10, 13-3 here on Monday Night Football at the Indianapolis Colts. From the 20. And Pickett. Complete. Deontay Johnson to the 10. 1st down, Pittsburgh. Keep it up. You got a 1st and goal now. Clock's going to stop as he gets out of bounds. It'll roll here in a minute, though. But, yeah. You got to punch this in. You got to score a touchdown. No fucking field goal. Touchdown. Oh, God. I know I just said that. All right. But Najee Harris is walking off the field into the locker room now. Oh, shit. So now they got McFarland and Snell for sure. And then somebody else has stepped up. Pickett in the end zone, incomplete. 10 for Freiermuth. All right. At least they targeted him. Said perfect position to go to the tight end inside the red zone. Got a 2nd and goal from the 10. Yeah, the defender made a play on it. Oh, well. I'd run a screen. I would. I'd run it. Well, they're going to run it empty. McFarland could motion back into the backfield, though. But 2nd goal, Pittsburgh from the 10 out of an empty set. Quarterback draw. Yep, quarterback draw for Pickett. And only 2, maybe 3 yards. All right, 3rd and goal. Whatever you do here, don't throw a fade. Please do not throw a fade. I swear to fucking God, no fade. The Colts call a timeout, 3rd and goal. Pittsburgh, minute 5 to play. So Indy's just trying to stop the clock to get the ball back, which they will at this point. Do not throw a fade. No fade. Keep it in the middle of the field. Freiermuth. Deontay Johnson. Potentially on a slant. Watch them run a fucking end around, though. Even though they're not the 1 on the goal to go. Watch them run a fucking end around here. 3rd and goal. No end around. They're out of the gun. McFarland. Yeah, watch out for Freiermuth. Watch the screen game. Pickett in the end zone. Oh, George Pickens incomplete. Almost one-handed it. All right, Matthew Wright. Field goal. Son of a bitch. Yeah, Pickett, a little too much on it. He didn't have to throw it that hard. And then, Pickens just... son of a pitch. Oh, well. 25-yard field goal from Matthew Wright. Already 2 for 2 this evening. And was 3 of 3 last week. Kicks up, kicks good. So he's 3 for 3 in back-to-back games, and the Steelers lead 56 seconds to play in the half, 16-3 at the Colts on Monday Night Football. So Matthew Wright, hey, even though there's no Chris Boswell at kicker, he's very reliable. Take your points where you can get them, even though all 3 field goals, especially that third and last one right there, very well could have and should have been a touchdown. That's why I said, can't settle for 3. You got to score. You got to punch it in. But guess what? 3 for 3 again tonight, as they were last week. So 16-3. It's just the defense got to make some stops again. You're up 2 scores, though, as you were at 13-0. So at least you have a decent-sized cushion right now. 2 touchdown lead. But even as much as you do and as little as it is, they're still playing catch-up from behind, okay? Make a tackle, out past the 30 to the 35, and then Matthew Wright, of all people, the fucking kicker, brings them down at the 35. 1st and 10 Colts, 2 timeouts in 48 seconds, down 13, 16-3 here. So they could still do something here before halftime, and they'll get the ball to begin the third quarter, I might add, as well. So, yeah, another good return by Indy. They might break one of these here eventually. Yeah, Matthew Wright and Millette on the tackle. 1st and 10 Colts, but that's what I said earlier. Defensively, just keep pushing them back and put them down. And get to Matt Ryan with the pressure. Ryan's pass over the middle caught. Pittman from SC gets about 6, maybe 7, 2nd and short. 2nd and 4 officially after a 6-yard reception. They'll go hurry up. They still got 2 timeouts. Clock's ticking at 30. Matt Ryan gonna step up. That's another hold. Oh my fucking God. Throw the damn penalty. Matt Ryan tucks it and runs. Gets a Colt first down. They'll call timeout 22 seconds. They're not even batting an eye with literally the Colts holding on every single play on the right side of the line, the near side. First and 10, Indy from the 47 after the timeout. Pittsburgh might jump off sides. Bubble screen. There's a flag on the play. And then they trip him up. But Pittsburgh saying false start. Back him up, replay it down. I think it's going to be an offside, though. Or an illegal man downfield on the Colts. 5 yards, they still will replay the first down. All right. So, replay it with the timeout. 17 seconds now. Be 1st and 15 for the Colts. Back at the other 48-yard line on the wrong side of the 50 now. Matt Ryan going to dump it off on the screen, and Jonathan Taylor pushed out of bounds with 11 seconds at midfield. 2nd down and 13. They got a timeout. So they're going to have to get another, you'd think at least another 12, 15 yards. 2nd and 13. Matt Ryan dumps it off. It's incomplete. Footsteps, and Woods drops it. Does a bear shit in the woods? Did Jelani Woods just drop it because he heard footsteps? I think you know the answers. Watt almost getting to Matt Ryan, I might add again as well. And with 6 seconds, Indy's got a 3rd and 13. So a timeout, but this might do it for the half if they can't complete this. Well, they do. Woods to the 41 timeout. So they're going to kick a long field goal from about 58, 59 yards to end the half. Yeah. So Colts going to kick the field goal. Steelers do have a timeout to ice them. And then the Colts will receive the ball to begin the second half. 16-3 currently. We'll see what it's going to be here in 3 seconds. Officially from 59 yards. Basically from fucking midfield on the kick. Steelers going to call a timeout and ice them before they can snap it. As the ball spotted at the 41, 7-8 yards from the snap to the hold kick, of course, plus the yardage to the goal line, plus the 10 yards in the end zone, to the goal post. So, yeah, 59-yard field goal. And he's basically kicking it, like I said, from midfield. Had a 67-yard field goal yesterday. That was just short for the win. This for 59 yards to end the first half. Pittsburgh leads Indy 16-3 for the time being, but a 59-yard field goal for the Colts to end the first half before they receive the ball to begin the second half. Here we go, 59-yard field goal. It's blocked. Let it go. Let it go. Don't even touch it. Final seconds tick off. And kick's no good because of the block. Steelers lead the Colts 16-3 at halftime on Monday Night Football. The Colts will receive to begin the second half, but Kenny Pickett is 14 of 18, 133 yards passing. Who got his hand up on that? Loudermilk, Isaiah Loudermilk. So go, we'll get a Jeff Saturday interview going into halftime first off. Not good enough, yeah, exactly. They're playing like shit. And yeah, their defense was on the field a lot because Pittsburgh's controlled the clock offensively. He's right. Yeah, shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of everything. He's right. They got to find some rhythm in general. Yeah, he's right. It's true. As the Steelers walk off as well. But yeah, Loudermilk with the block on the field goal. So go crack a gallon of 2% or whole or soy or whatever type of milk you got in your fridge right now. Go drink some with Loudermilk blocking the field goal. To end the half, Steelers lead the Colts 16-3. As it is halftime, as well. Of course, there's other types of milk, and people do who knows what at halftime. So, you get my point. You can also probably drink some of that type, but 16-3 your halftime score. Steelers have 116 yards rushing through 4 players with balance 35-34, 26-21 on 23 carries and a rushing touchdown, and they have 3 field goals. Even though all 3 of those field goals very well could be more, especially the 3rd field goal should have been a touchdown for sure. But they have another 2-score lead as they had, at 13-0. 16-3, blocked the field goal, so they have momentum going into the second half. Colts, Jeff Saturday's right with everything he said there going into the half. I'm sure Mike Tomlin's happy to an extent, but, still only have football when it's a 60-minute game. You've led now for from what I can recall, at least 2 straight games last week and tonight. I think even the Saint game a couple weeks ago as well. So 1-1 on those games, though, coming off the bye. You still got to play a full 60, and you still got to find a way to win these close games. And it's still close right now. It's not like they're blowing them out with, for the most part, scoring on every drive. They've punted once, okay? And that was only because Pickett was sacked, and, they were running the outside field goal range, and they don't want to kick a long field goal. When the first drive was a field goal drive, when it should have been a touchdown drive, but the hold cost them. And then the sack to the punt. And then they kick another field goal. And then they finally score, and then they kick another field goal. So, yeah, like I said, it's not like they're blowing them out, like, say, 28-3 right now. Or maybe even a little more, a little less. It's 16-3. So they still got to keep it up. They can't let this game, slip away from them. Because Indianapolis is capable of coming back and making this interesting if they can find a running game. But that's the thing. Even with Matt Ryan, he's going to have to make some plays too. He's only 5-13, 36 yards passing, the interception. That was when the Steelers punted. They couldn't even capitalize with a short field off of a turnover, for God's sakes. But then they've clicked for the most part on all cylinders, since then. But Jonathan Taylor, 6 carries, 34 yards on the ground. If they can, continue to run the football, but up until that, field goal drive that they had, they haven't done anything. So Pittsburgh defensively, just, keep doing what you're doing, make some stops, and I wish, for God's sake, they threw the damn penalty on the hold. I mean, every single play, and normally, yes, it always happens on every single play, but on every single play tonight, it's a clear, obvious hold. It's like times by 1,000 on how obvious it is. But they're letting them play, which, all right, fine by me. But just continue to get to Matt Ryan, bring the pressure. TJ Watt has almost brought him down on a couple sacks now, but nothing. Edmonds does have a sack. Pierre has the INT, but then, of course, nothing off of it. But no, they just got to, defensively keep doing what they're doing. Hopefully the offense can, stay in rhythm and continue to move the ball and, continue to move forward and score some more points here. If they can put a full game together, 16 here in the first half, whether that's 3 field goals and a touchdown as it is or not, and, add on to their lead and, score as many points they scored last week or, anywhere in between or, hell, maybe even a little bit more would be even better. Of course, don't give too much away, but that's what you just got to take care of business yourself, man. And I don't know what's, come under them other than them knowing they need to win this game, sitting at 3-7, but they got to win and take care of business and win some more games and maybe get some help to stay alive at the end of the season. Whether they make the playoffs at that point or not, who knows? Beats me. We'll find out over time. But like I said, last week with the loss, even looking ahead with a lot of more winnable games to come. You haven't had a losing season since 2003. Okay, they're 3-7. They can only afford one more loss now to the end of the regular season. To then finish at 9-8 to have a winning record. It's that 17th game now. Because as mentioned last week, sitting at or 2 weeks ago actually at 2-6, and then the last time they'd done that was 13, won 3 straight, and then 6 of 8 I think it was. But then it's that extra game now. The 18th week, 17th game. That is going to be the difference rather than finish at 500 or 8-8 like they've done in the past. It's either 9-8 or 8-9 if they're right there. Or, maybe they get to 10 wins somehow, some way, or maybe, a couple more. They're 3-7 with a half of football to be played tonight, and then 2, 4, 6 more games left. Yeah, the max they'd win would be to finish at 10-7 with the 7 losses they have. But that's what I'm saying. If they can take care of business, I think they'll be all right. And it starts up front once again, man, with the offensive line. Had a penalty earlier, had to settle for 3. Second drive, gave up a sack. Could have been another field goal drive. But another field goal drive after that. And then they finally scored, and they kicked another field goal when it should have been a touchdown. But it is what it is. But they got to be able to run the football. And now for the 3rd straight week, they're continuing to run the football. So keep it up. I don't care if it's Najee Harris, Jalen Warren or not, with him being out. They're still able to run the football with McFarland and Snell. And Pickett's tucking there running. I'm surprised they haven't run more of the screen game. And I'm surprised, they haven't run any of their bubble screens that they like to run. But they're getting everybody, for the most part, involved. I would, of course, no doubt about it, like to, see them get Pat Freiermuth the ball a little bit more. But Deontay Johnson, George Pickens ain't, playing half bad. As I mentioned, Pickett's 14 of 18, $133. Najee Harris has 10 carries, 35 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Kenny Pickett, 5 carries, 34 yards rushing. McFarland, 421, and Snell about the same as well. But then George Pickens, 2 catches, 44 yards receiving. Deontay Johnson, 441. Pat Freiermuth has 2 catches, 22 yards, and McFarland, 2 of 11 out of the backfield. Edmonds has the sack. And that's the lone tackle for loss, I might add, as well. Matthew Wright, 3 of 3 on field goals. I've only said Presley Harvin III's name once, and that's a good thing. Of course, even though he is the holder on extra points and field goals, he's only punted once. So, and that was on the second drive, in which probably should have been a field goal, but then the sack backed him up out of field goal range. So, other than that one drive, they scored on every drive. Which, that's the thing. If they can put it together, if they can sync, capitalize off of the momentum and rhythm that they have built up, and put it all together, they're going to move the football as they have tonight, and they're going to, put up points, whether that's 3 field goals and a touchdown once again for 16 total points in the first half, or not. Of course, I'd like, for it to be more, but okay, it's not, but they still have a 13-16 to 3 lead. So yeah, Matt Ryan's 5 of 13, 36 yards passing, INT, but Steelers going to capitalize off of it, unfortunately. Jonathan Taylor, 6 carries, 34 yards rushing. And then Michael Pittman, 2 catches, 16 yards, and Jonathan Taylor, 2 catches, 11 yards. They have a made field goal, but then they missed the 59-yard field goal going at halftime because it was blocked at the line of scrimmage. But the difference in this game is the time possession. Pittsburgh controlled the clock by a good 12 minutes. And they have a good almost 150, 200 more total yards than the Colts do as well. Been able to, pick up a lot of first downs, convert on third down for the most part. Pickett, 14 of 18. Being efficient. And they're balanced in the run game. 4, 5, 6, 10 carries apiece for the 4 people who have run the ball. Najee Harris, McFarland, Snell, even Kenny Pickett. But then all have, as mentioned, 20, 25, 30, 40 yards rushing apiece. And surprisingly, only 2 penalties, 1 apiece, so the refs are letting them play. But it is 16-3 at halftime with the Steelers up on the Indianapolis Colts. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, the thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Colts, hashtag PIT versus IND. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. It is week 12 in the National Football League. We're going to preview week 13 in a minute. But in the meantime, on Thursday, to begin week 12, we had 3 games on Thanksgiving. Hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. We had 3 one-score games that came down to the final play of the game. First time that's happened since 1926. The Bills beat the Lions 28-25. The Cowboys beat the Giants 28-20. And the Vikings beat the Patriots 33-26. Yesterday in the NFL, we had 2 overtime games. We had a shutout, and then had also 2 one-point wins, but overall 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 one-score games. And we'll recap what happened in the NFL yesterday coming up shortly, and then preview Week 13 right after it, as well as we're about to begin this second half with the Steelers on to kick off. So the Colts are back deep to receive, as they, of course, deferred their choice to the second half and kicked off to begin the game. So they're back deep to receive to begin the third quarter. Steelers lead 16-3. Nope. We have a whistle on the kickoff. All right, and they'll reset, and Pittsburgh will kick off. But yeah, honestly, looking like 2 totally different teams. Pittsburgh, and hopefully it's not a tale of 2 halves, but, for the most part, looking unstoppable. The Colts, not really a whole lot going for them. So, Colts on the kickoff return, and James Pierre going to be the last man, potentially. They finally trip him up. Connor Hayward at the 20-yard line brings him down. So there's their spark. 1st and 10 Indy. I did tell you, hey, he might break one of those, did I not? And sure enough, he did begin the second half. Special teams could be a difference, as always, and voila, there you go. James Pierre was looking to just cut him off, but then he cut back, and then Connor Hayward tripped him up. So, let's go. 1st and 10 for Indy, but Pittsburgh's got to make a stop now. And they'll run the ball. Jonathan Taylor on the give, yeah. And they wrapped him up after a 2-yard gain. Watt, Open Joby, and Miles Jack 2nd and 8. We'll see what the Colts do with it. But 2nd and 8. Now we're running again. And Highsmith and Bush and a few others make the tackle. They'll with 3rd and short. A couple minutes in here. The second half after a long kickoff return. But you honestly got to hold him out of the end zone. You got to force a field goal. You do. Ryan looking to throw. Matt Ryan completed the 3. 1st and goal, Indy. Paris Campbell from OH. But IO not going to the Big Ten title game this weekend. In Indianapolis, I might add. We'll find out who makes the college football playoff and where everyone's going bowling on Sunday. Hand off Jonathan Taylor from Wisconsin. They just hired a former Buckeye to be their new head coach. Touchdown Colts. So yeah, long kickoff return. A couple plays later, Colts got the lead, and the difference might now be once again the Steelers settling for 3 when they should be scoring touchdowns. If the Colts come back and win this game, because that's how it was last week. Exactly like that last week. They had a lead at halftime. They blew it in the second half because they'd settled for 3. When they've already settled for 3 tonight, here come the Colts. Just like the Bengals roared back. But about a 2-minute touchdown drive. 20 yards on a couple plays, extra points, up and good. 16-10. Colts cut the lead. Steelers getting it back, 1st and 10. But a Jonathan Taylor rushing touchdown. Gives Pittsburgh only now a 6-point lead, which they have already had, I might add, as well, at 6-0. But the problem that's once again up against Pittsburgh is even though they've, been able to drive and put up points, it's having to settle for 3 when they should be scoring touchdowns. This game could be more wide open than it is, but it's not, because credit to the Colt defense, they force field goals. Steelers just gave a touchdown there after a long kickoff return, and now the offense is going to, as of course no doubt about it, they would have had to have, done so anyway. We're going to have to do something. I don't care what that is. Just score some points and nothing stupid. No turnovers. Please, no turnovers. Run the damn ball with Najee Harris, Anthony McFarland, Benny Snell, even Pickett tucking and running. Keep it simple. Balance, consistency. Take some shots. Pickens and Johnson lead the team right now in receiving, but you got to get the ball to Pat Freiermuth a little bit more. You do. Sims and Gunner really haven't done much, let alone whether that's on offense, receiving, or in the return game for that matter. Because the Colts have punted more than the Steelers have. And now they kicked off a couple times, but special teams. Look what the Colts just did, man. That's what, they do something good and then they take a step back. Whether they do it to themselves Or not, of course, they just gave that up, but whatever you do, nothing stupid. No turnovers. Just, you got to hold this lead and hope to tack on to it. And they'll take a touchback. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 25-yard line. So, oh, God. Son of a bitch. Najee Harris is out for the rest of the game now with an ab injury, they say. Motherfucker. So it'll be McFarland and Snell the rest of the way at running back for Pittsburgh. You gotta be kidding me. They can't catch a fucking break. And that ball is incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. 2nd and 10. You gotta be kidding me. And depending on how long he's going to be out for, even Jalen Warren, I mean, honestly, do you truly, from now to the end of the regular season, truly believe in McFarland and Snell? Well, we'll see how the second half goes, but they're going to have to go out and McFarland gets 9 yards. All right, maybe him a little bit, but 3rd and 1. They're going to have to go out and sign somebody, I think, at running back. Whether that's a number one or, somebody just come in and be a 3rd down guy. They got to get some more depth, especially with the injuries. 3rd and 1, handoff McFarland, they fucking stuff them. No gain, and the Steelers will punt to begin the second half. And now this game's completely changed because of that kickoff. Almost returned for a touchdown to begin the second half by the Colts. They have all the momentum now on their side. And if the Steelers are going to want to win this game, offensively it's coming down to Kenny Pickett with the ball in his hand to make plays, and defensively pressure off the edge and forcing Matt Ryan to make mistakes. So turnovers on both sides, long story short. Ball going to roll out of bounds about the 12-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Colts. From there, 11:55 to play in this third quarter. It's 16-10, but just like the Colts didn't do anything for the most part in the first half. Had a field goal and then a missed field goal. Steelers up 16-3 at the half with 3 field goals and a touchdown. Now the Colts score when the Steelers don't, and now it might be a tale of two halves, which, come on, defense, need to stop. I don't know why they always do this to themselves, but they get out to a lead and they think it's enough when it's not. It's a 60-minute game, not a 30-minute game. Let alone a 3-quarter game. Always got to come down to the 4th quarter. So if we all don't have fucking heart attacks by the end of the night, there's something wrong. Just how and why? I mean, by God Almighty, Jesus Christ. They got to get stops on defense. TJ Watt. Cam Hayward had his arm up with Loudermilk there on the blocked field goal prior to halftime. Him as well. I mean, Larry Joby's been held on every fucking play. We'll see how the refs, call this second half, if they're going to try to control it or not. But where the hell are these linebackers at? Other than T.J. Watt. Splain's out, okay. But where's Alex Highsmith at? Where's Malik Reed at? Where's Miles Jack? But most importantly, where the hell is Devin Bush at? I mean, good God. Sutton, Levi Wallace is playing good early. Millett almost brought him down on the kickoff return. And then it was Connor Hayward who tripped him up on special teams there. Pierre has the INT. Minka hasn't done shit since he's come back. Edmonds has a sack, but somebody's got to step up. Defensively for Pittsburgh, somebody's got to step the hell up. I don't care who it is, make a play. 16-10 Steelers, 1st and 10 for the Colts from the 12-yard line. And Matt Ryan will hand off Jonathan Taylor and Pierre and 99 on the tackle. But as I said at the start, even with everything I've said tonight, everything I just said, once again, they have to stop the run. Just absolutely ridiculous that they think up, 16-3, that's good enough, when it's not. Matt Ryan's pass complete. Woods, first down, Colts. Jesus Christ. Just, you can already see it slipping away. It's absolutely pathetic. Yeah. But they're going to continue to run the football. So Pittsburgh's going to have to stop it. They're on a draw there. And to the 29 they go. Be second and about 4. About 10 minutes to play and some change here in this third quarter. So, come on, Pittsburgh. Matt Ryan's pass complete again to Jelani Woods. And what I said earlier, right when they were getting going on that field goal drive, running the football, I'd be going to these tight ends, and now they finally do. And he's his go-to target right now. 1st and 10, Indy from the 42-yard line. And another give to Jonathan Taylor, and out past midfield he goes, and he's still going for, almost stripped on the fumble by Minka, but they push the pile, and they get a good 15-yard run, 1st and 10 Indy. Inside Steeler territory now, and they score a touchdown here. They're going to take the lead. And the spark was the kickoff return. Matt Ryan with another give to Taylor. And the tall man marks him down at the 41-yard line, 2nd and 7. And Matt Ryan looking to throw. Now he's taking a shot. Well, complete to Paris Campbell, short yardage, and they'll mark him short. They'll give him forward progress. He'll be about a half yard short of the first down. Be 3rd and inches for the Colts. They'll go hurry up. 3rd and 1 from the 35. And Matt Ryan will hand off again, and they'll finally stop Jonathan Taylor. No gain on the play. 4th down, and the Colts are going to have to kick it. Or he's going to go for it, which I don't mind him going for it. I don't blame him. 8-1-4 and counting to play in the third quarter. Maybe the biggest play of the game right now by either team for that matter, especially the Steeler defense needing to stop, but then the Colts to capitalize, to keep their drive alive, to cut this lead, to potentially take the lead. 4th and 1, play clock at 12. They're going to try to draw them off sides to begin with. Motion man in the tight end and try to draw them off sides again. Pittsburgh ain't budging. Yep, they sneak it, and then they get the first down. Son of a bitch. First and 10 Colts. can still convert, though. That's all that matters to them. So 1st and 10, Indy from the 34. Pittsburgh needs a stop. They need a turnover is what they need. Just they had on the opening drive. Matt Ryan looking to throw. It'll be caught. Flag on the play with Miles Jack on the tackle. And the Zebras will huddle up, and we'll see what the dirty laundry is. And it looks like they're in a defensive hold, defensive pass interference on Miles Jack, I might add, as well. They might say offensive pass interference on Mo Alley Cox. What's the call? Holding on the Steeler defense. Penalties declined because they get the first down, 1st and 10 Indy. Let's see the replay. I'll tell you if it was a penalty or not. Yeah, that's a good call. I'm not going to argue that. That's a good call. So 1st and 10, Indy from the 22. And Matt Ryan, quick pass, complete. Right back to Mo Alley Cox again. He's gone to Pittman a couple times, Paris Campbell a couple times as well, but it's been Jelani Woods and Mo Alley Cox, just as I thought with the running game when they finally killed the tight ends, and it's working out for him. 2nd and 7. Matt Ryan looking to throw again, and it'll be incomplete, intended for Michael Pittman with Bush and Sutton on the coverage. 3rd down, 3rd and 7. Almost picked off, actually. But another big 3rd down. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen. Matt Ryan over the middle, it's caught, but then TJ Watt on the tackle, he's short. 4th and about 2. Will they go for it again is the question. They already went for it on 4th down here. They'll kick it this time, take the points with 5:55 and counting to play in the 3rd quarter. And then, as it already one-score game, kick the field goal, you're down 3. They're giving themselves a chance. Hopefully, like Pittsburgh can be doing the same thing, because it has been a tale of 2 quarters and half of this 3rd so far. But a 32-yard field goal. Remember, he's 1 of 2. Made the one. The other was blocked, even though it was from 59. Who knows if it would have been good or not. But got a flag on the play. Kicks up and good. But the Steelers might have jumped off sides. And on 4th and 2, that's a 5-yard penalty, automatic 1st down. So they'll take the penalty and be an automatic 1st down. Son of a bitch. Back to shooting yourselves in the foot. So, offside on the Steelers. Yeah. And then he might have got back in time, but they didn't think so. And then with the kick still being up and good, they take it off the board because of the penalty on 4th and 2, 5 yards, 1st and goal now for the Colts. What would be nice for the Steelers would be to get a turnover off all this now. Kick at the field goal, take it off with your own penalty rather than them scoring, as I'll reset the play clock and spot the ball at the 9, 1st and goal Colts. Get a turnover off of it. Pressure to Matt Ryan, forcing mistakes. Or let alone give up another field goal. But you got to stop Jonathan Taylor because they're going to run it, and they do 3 yards to the 6-yard line. 2nd and goal Indy from there. 16-10 your score with 5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. So from the 6, 2nd and goal out of the gun. Ryan looking to throw. They almost get to him in the back of the end zone. He throws it away, incomplete. 3rd and goal. Another big 3rd down on this drive. And then a decision to make on 4th down if they don't get it. Good coverage. Nobody's fucking open. I mean, what else can he do with the ball? He did what he could do with it and threw it away. 3rd and goal from the 6 for the Colts. Watch a pick on the bottom. Matt Ryan in the end zone. It's caught and dropped. Oh, come on. Fuck you. There's no fucking way that was pass interference. My fucking ass it was. You gotta be kidding me. Pass interference. Oh, my fucking ass. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, but he spotted the 1. That's a clean coverage. That's a no call. No. He caught it and dropped it to the goal line. And now, 1st and goal at the 1. You got 4 more downs to punch it in and take the lead. So, look at the refs. 2 penalties in the first half and times that by a couple. Fumble. Matt Ryan and it looks like Highsmith. Steelers ball. All right. They find a way out of it. They get the turnover as has been calling for. That's shades of Bettis fumbling at the goal line. And then Roethlisberger chasing them down. And then they win and then go on to win the Super Bowl. The Colts fumble at the goal line and the Steelers recover. And they're still up 6. Yeah, Taylor on the give. And then Ryan. And then it was Chris Wormley. 95 of all the guys to recover it for the Steelers. Holy shit, what a sequence. They luck out. They luck the hell out. But now, once again with the turnover, you got to do something with it. You got to capitalize off of this, okay? You got to score some points. Field goal, I'll take it. 19-10, that's a 2-score game going into the 4th quarter. Touchdown would be even better. Go back up 2 scores at 13. Maybe you go for 2. Make it a 14-point game. So then if they do score twice and then they tie it up, at least you saved your, ass to potentially go to overtime. Okay? You got to score off of this turnover. You should have scored off the first one, but you didn't. You could have had a field goal off of it, and then you'd already be up 19. And then, get a field goal off of this, load on the touchdown, to be up 22, 25, 26 to the 10 that they have. Okay, off of the field goal first half, the blocked field goal then as well, but then the big kickoff return that led to a touchdown. And then they're driving again, and then, like I said, what a sequence. Couple penalties don't go the Steelers' way. The first hold on Miles Jack, defensive hold, that was a good call. Give them that. The pass interference on Minka, though, on the goal line, that flipped my shit. That was a badass call. No chance in hell was that a pass interference. That's clean. And they've let him play all night, but now they've decided to just start throwing fucking flags. You can't be doing that. You got to call it down the middle as you have. You just can't, one half not do anything, and then the second, we got to throw a flag on this play, throw a flag on this play. Like, no. So some of these refs, it's like, how the hell do they even have a fucking job? But, and some crews are better than the others, but it is what it is, Coaching, playing, officiating, however you want to put it. The Steelers luck out because, remember, the Colts kicked the field goal, and then there's another penalty with an offside. New set of downs, then the pass interference, then the fumble, and then the Steelers recover, and now they got a 1st and 10 ball, the 5, 6, 7, 8 yard line. From the 7, 1st and 10, they got to go the distance, but without Najee Harris, they got Benny Snell in the ball game at tailback, and he'll lower the shoulder and get 8 yards on a Second and short for the Steelers offense coming up. So without Najee at tailback, they got McFarland and Snell now toting the rock. Pickett's going to have to make some plays, but he's got to get the ball to Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, and Pat Freiermuth. This offensive line has got to be able to block the rest of the way. Nothing stupid. You can't be turning it over yourself. As the Colts have 2 turnovers, you got to score off of this, okay? And with the Steelers' 3 field goals and a touchdown, you can't be settling for 3. Long story short, with everything I'm saying right now, you once again cannot settle for 3. I'd take a field goal, go up 9. It's a 2-score game then at that point. But you got to be scoring touchdowns. You got to eventually punch it the hell in. But they got a 3rd and short coming up after a 2nd and 2. No gain on the play there, 3rd and 2. Why not go deep? Why not take a shot? And if something happens, you flip the field anyway because you still got a punt. I'd go deep here. Freiermuth down the middle of the field. Out of an empty set. Pickett complete and then drop to the 28, incomplete. To Pickens. 4th and 2. My God. 2 turnovers by the Colts and nothing to show for from the Steelers. If they lose this game, that's going to be exactly why. They've had chances, they've had opportunities, and they can't do anything with it. Just whatever you do now, don't give up a long punt return. You've already given up a long kickoff return. 3:03 to play in the 3rd, 16-10 Steelers. How about a penalty there for running in, roughing the fucking punter? Fair catch at the 45. Throwing every damn flag on the Steelers now, I see. They'll take a break. So 16-10, your score with 3 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Colts getting the ball back after, they could add a field goal, which they did, but they took it off the board because of the Steelers' penalty and then a couple more penalties. But then could add a touchdown, but then they cough it up. Steelers, unfortunately, once again, nothing to show for off of it. So, yeah, just Colts, inching their way back in the run game and trying to, even this game out, time possession-wise and scoring-wise as well. I mean, if they would have scored a touchdown there, they would have took the lead, which they can still do now with the ball back, let alone with a field goal cut it. But that's why I said with Pittsburgh to start, if they want to win this game, they're going to have to be able to run the football on offense and stop the run on defense. Najee Harris is out with an abdominal injury. 10 carries, 35 yards, rushing, and a touchdown for him. And then Pickett has 34 yards rushing, as does McFarland and Snell. So there's balance and consistency there. Pickett, though, as he was 14 of 18 at halftime, he's now 14 of 20, still $133. So he hasn't done anything since, about this time a quarter ago. This Steeler defense, man. Bending but not breaking, got a feel for them, because, they're out there making stop after stop after stop when this offense, whether they're doing shit or not, they're still just keeping this team alive and keeping this season alive. And somebody who I might add who has not yet sacked Matt Ryan yet tonight is number 90, T.J. Watt. So we'll see if they can turn down on defense for him. And more pressure. More pressure to Matt Ryan. And you got to stop the run. From the 45 for Indy, 1st and 10. 16-10 Steelers. Matt Ryan airing it out. It'll be caught and then dropped. Incomplete, or they say catch and then fumble out of bounds. Woods on the reception. Steelers saying incomplete, but they say catch, fumble out of bounds. So 1st and 10 Colts on the right side of the 50. Yeah, probably the right call, and they go hurry up anyway to, get the snap off so they can't challenge it from the 39, 1st and 10. They get about a yard or so. Yeah, probably catching a fumble. All right, so 2nd down from the 35. Ryan looking to throw. Complete, but then tackled right away. Highsmith on the stop. Be 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 for Indy. 2 minutes to play in the 3rd. Third and 6 for Indy. Another trips in a bunch formation, top of your screen. They almost get to him again, and then the pass is caught over the middle to guess who? Jelani Woods again, down to the 6-yard line, 1st and goal for the Colts. My God. Just how in the hell do you always allow this to happen? They'll go hurry up from the 7, 1st and goal. Hand off Jonathan Taylor. And they'll bring him down. Malik Reed and Chris Wormley for about a yard. Be 2nd and goal for Indy from there. Come on, D. Let's go. Matt Ryan on a fade in the end zone, caught, touchdown Colts, and they're an extra point away from taking the lead. Michael Pittman on the reception from 7 yards out, touchdown Indy. 16 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter, and we're tied at 16, but the Colts can take the lead here with the extra point up and good at 17-16. With momentum then going into the 4th quarter. So it has been a tale of two halves to this point. And the Steelers, seemingly don't know what the hell just happened the past 15 minutes. Well, I can tell you what's happened. As the extra point will be up and good. The Colts have their first lead tonight, 17-16, with 16 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. The Colts are doing exactly what the Steelers did to them in the first half. And that's controlling the clock by running the football. And making stops on defense because the Steeler offense hasn't done jack shit since first half. So it has been a tale of two halves. 3 quarters at least. So Colts on the kickoff. Steelers are going to get the ball back, but they're a 1-score game, 1-point game right now. Kenny Pickett going to have to make plays offensively. And without Najee Harris, they're going to have to continue to run the football with McFarland and Snell. But this offensive line, man, if they can protect them, give them some time to make plays, okay. But if not, they're done for. But then even, if it's okay, you can't be turning the ball over, and you can't be doing anything stupid. No penalties, no turnovers for Pittsburgh. But Pickett's got to get the ball, I'm telling you, to Pat Freiermuth. We'll have a touchback on the kick Freiermuth only has 2 catches, 22 yards tonight. When Pickens has 2 catches for 44 yards and Deontay Johnson has 4 catches for 41 yards. That's really all they have, receiver and tight end. Once again, with Claypool getting traded, Miller and Austin having been out all year, Boykin out tonight. It's Sims and Gunner. But then, like I said before about the tight ends with Freiermuth, but then we'll see about Zach Gentry and Connor Hayward. Sims in motion, they'll fake the end around to him, Pickett rolling out near side, and it'll be caught at the 40 and then dropped by Pickens, and they'll say ball would have dropped it incomplete, so 2nd down and 10 with 10 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. So anything and everything that could have gone wrong for the Steelers in this 3rd quarter for the most part has to this point. Even though they, couldn't catch a break and then they finally did, now they're back to not being able to catch a break again. Cody White had a reception earlier. I haven't seen anything from him since. But somebody's got to step the hell up. 2nd and 10 for Pittsburgh in the meantime from the 25. And they'll hand off and about a yard, maybe 2. Pittsburgh going to have a 3rd down to begin the 4th, down a point. 17-16 at the Colts on Monday Night Football as they got shut out there in the 3rd quarter, and Indianapolis now has scored 14 unanswered. And the momentum that Pittsburgh had going into halftime off the blocked field goal went away just like that to begin the 2nd half after the Colts returned a kick almost the distance for a touchdown, but then they still punched it in a couple plays later with a rushing touchdown from Jonathan Taylor. And then, like I was saying, they're on their last drive. What a sequence that was with all the penalties, whether they were penalties or not, they threw them. And then the field goal, then the touchdown that they should have had, but they turned it over, and the Steelers couldn't do anything with it. The Colts get the ball back, they score then, and then now the Steelers have the ball back down for the first time tonight. Another 1-score game. Home or away, another 1-score game. On a neutral site, playing fucking Canton, Ohio at the Hall of Fame with these two, for God's sakes. It'd still be a 1-score game. So, 15 minutes to play, 17-16 your score. Colts with their first lead as Pittsburgh got a 3rd down. Kenny Pickett was 14 of 18 at halftime for 133 yards passing. He's now 14 of 21, so he's 0 for 3 in that 3rd quarter. Najee's done, 10 carries, 35 yards rushing on the night for him and a touchdown. And then Benny Snell, 7 for 35. Pickett, 5 of 34. And McFarland, 6 of 30 on the ground. Receiving, still the same as mentioned. Pickens, 2 of 44. Johnson, 4 of 41. And you got to get Pat Freiermuth the fucking football, man. 2 of 22. McFarland, 2 of 11. Sims has 2 catches, 9 yards. Harris, 1 for 4. And Cody White, a catch for 2 yards. And like I said, what Pittsburgh did to the Colts in the first half is exactly what the Colts did to the Steelers in that 3rd quarter. And that was running the football and controlling the clock. And, it's a tale of 2 halves. The Steelers' offense in the 3rd quarter, exactly what Indianapolis Colts did in the first half, and that's absolutely nothing. Now they got a big 3rd and 9. And as Matt Ryan's now 16 of 26 for a $142 and a touchdown and a pick, Jonathan Taylor has 17 carries for 78 yards rushing. Jelani Woods, 7 catches, 81 yards receiving. Michael Pittman, 3 of 22, and then 14 yards for Mo Alley Cox and Paris Campbell, and Taylor also has 11 yards receiving as well. 3rd 9, though, to begin the 4th of Steelers. Down 1, 17-16. Pickett looking to throw. Kenny Pickett down the middle. Caught at the 39. George Pickens, 1st down, Steelers. Now get back to the run game. McFarland and Snell with Harris out. Run the damn ball. Work this clock. Might come down to whoever has the ball last might win this game. That's a catch. And they had a personal foul roughing the passer on the end of it as well. All right, 15 yards, automatic first down. So out past midfield go the Steelers, 1st and 10. Run the damn ball. So a 28-yard play with the completion of the penalty. And then a late whistle, and we'll have a stoppage for whatever reason. Clock adjustment. All right. $14:45, so they had 14 seconds rather than 14:31. So we'll see if those 14 seconds come into play. Along with the Steelers, for one, having to settle for 3 when they could have been touchdowns again for the second straight game, along with not being able to capitalize off of turnovers tonight. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Run the damn ball. And Kenny Pickett, end around to Gunner. And 9 yards for him. Bang. Second and 1. And Pickett under center. Another motion from Gunner. They'll fake the end-around handoff. McFarland. Or Benny Snell, excuse me. Down inside the 25, the 24. God damn, there's a flag on the play. Or that was his shoe. Never mind, his yellow cleat came off. No flag on the play. Blue play on. Just say there better not be a hold on that. It's a clean hole, and he hit it and went. Boom. First down Steelers. Knocking on the door, looking to retake the lead here in the 4th quarter. Keep running it. Run the damn ball. Sims in motion. And fake the give. They run a tight end screen. Zach Gentry. And nowhere to go. Going to lose about a couple. Be 2nd and long. I mean, not a bad play call. I mean, if you don't run it as you were going to, the play's going to be dead in the water. It did look like he had somebody open coming over the middle of the field, but, you don't throw it as you're going to. You're trying to make a play out of nothing then. They bring pressure, Pickett pass, complete. Deontay Johnson got a couple blockers. Going fucking sideways. Going fucking forward, dude. Jesus Christ. Enough of this east-west shit. Go north-south. Go forward. End zone's in front, not to the sideline. Yeah, you want to keep running straight, but you want to cut up field there. You had a block. Oh, my God. Hit the hole and go. Why the hell he always does that? Now 3rd and 6. Yeah, would have been a first down. They got 3rd and 6 because he doesn't know how to run forward rather than sideways. Connor Hayward in motion. Pickett. Pat Fryermuth caught inside the 10 and down around the 5. 1st and goal, Pittsburgh. Run it. McFarland, Snell, punch this ball in and score a touchdown. You cannot settle for 3. You got to score a touchdown. And then you got to go for 2 to make it a 7-point game. .11 to play. 1st and goal, Steelers. Down 1 for the first time tonight, 17-16. Blowing a 16-3 lead, giving up 14 unanswered. Looking to punch it in here, though, and retake the lead from the 3. 1st and goal. You got to score. Do not throw a fade, whatever you do. And they'll run a play action, shuffle. Derek Watt on the reception for a yard. Second goal, Pittsburgh from the 2. Why are you running trickery now inside the fucking 5? And now don't be running end around either. Run it. Run the damn ball. You've been able to tonight, and you should be able to here, so do it. Whatever you do, don't turn it over. Second and goal. And Pickett, oh, of course, they're throwing a fucking fade, and it's dropped incomplete. Deontay Johnson, and he's slow to get up. Third and goal. I swear to fucking God, Matt Canada. That's where they should have fucking shipped your ass. Run the damn ball. How hard is it? You got to score. You got to go for 2. You cannot kick a field goal here. I mean, you can give yourselves a 2-point lead, but then it's going to come back to bite you in the ass because you've had to settle for 3-4 times tonight. You know, if so, rather than scoring touchdowns. And then with 10 minutes to play, we've got a couple of injured players on that play on both sides of the ball. That all they're going to need is a game-winning field goal to win the damn game. And then that goes back to their 59-yard field goal they had blocked in the first half that they could already have. Touchdown for sure would seal it. That's why you need a touchdown right now, Pittsburgh. You need a touchdown on a 2-point. Third goal, TV timeout with the injury, so we'll get back to the action momentarily. But oh my God. It's not that hard. It's not. Might seem or look hard, but it's not. It's one-on-one. Every position against every position, offense and defense. And you got momentum. You got the edge. You got them backed up. You got to keep pounding it. Put it to them. I swear half the time they do this shit on fucking purpose. Oh, let's try this for the hell of it. Let's try this for the hell of it. You know? When they should be doing this or doing that. When, okay, yeah, the defense might know it's coming, but then it's, hey, our best versus their best. And it's, may the best man win. Like, if you know what's coming, well, then stop it. You know, because we're going to keep doing what we're doing until you do. Stop it. Just frustrating is all hell. Is all it is. Like, how in the hell are they not scoring touchdown after touchdown after touchdown? So, Pittsburgh, third and goal from the 2. He's not the number 1 receiver, and he's not worth what they signed him to either. Exactly. Thank you, Troy Aikman. Go to Pat Fryermuth, third and goal from the 2, but you're going to be wanting to run the football here. Out of the gun, from the 2, third and goal for the Steelers with Benny Snell. Exactly. Thank you. Well, they hand off Snell, he walks in, touchdown Steelers. Got to go for 2. Got to go for 2. Maybe this is when you run your end around. But you got to go for 2 to make it a 7-point lead with 9:55 to play. Steelers with 2 rushing touchdowns tonight. One by Najee Harris, the other there by Benny Snell, and then a couple field goals, even though they should be touchdowns. And it's not as close as it is. But they're going to go for 2 from the 2 to make it a 7-point game. And Kenny Pickett looking to throw. Going to roll out. Run in the end zone. It'll be caught. George Pickens, 2 points good. Steelers lead by 7, 24-17 with 9:55 to play. Now this defense needs to come alive. TJ Watt off the edge, sacking Matt Ryan for the first time tonight. Cam Hayward getting his hand up. Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi with some pressure as well. But in the back end, Cam Sutton's had a few penalties called against him tonight. Minka Fitzpatrick. This defense needs to make a couple plays. They have the momentum back on their side now. So you need to get a stop. You need to hold this lead. You can't blow this now again. No. Whether it's a one-score game or not, you cannot let this game slip away. You got to win this game. But yeah, long 2-point play. I mean, what a play by Pickett to Pickens. So 24-17. Nope. But now they got the momentum back on their side. You got to keep it up, though. Keep at it. Play calling needs to be 10 times better. They punched it in. They got the 2, so we're there. 24-17. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there. But Steelers on the kickoff, and the Colts will return it. Will somebody tackle this guy's ass? And they will at the 25-yard line. So just as much as the touchback, 1st and 10 Colts. They'll take a split screen commercial. So we'll back to the action momentarily. We still got to recap what happened in the NFL yesterday, along with preview what's to come next week. So stay tuned for that. But if we don't get to it, we'll get to it eventually. Meantime, 1st and 10 Colts as they trail once again, 24-17 Steelers with 9:50 to play. Matt Ryan out of the gun, dumps it off. Jonathan Taylor on the screen, and they wrap him up for about a yard. Arthur Millette, Minka Fitzpatrick on the tackle. 2nd and 9 for the Colts. Nope. From the 26, 2nd and 9. And Matt Ryan going to avoid a sack, step up, and then he does go down the sack. Arthur Millette and James Pierre tonight. As TJ Watt's on the sideline fixing his right shoe. He might have got his foot or ankle taped up, for all we know, but should have been sacked, and then he did get sacked. So Arthur Millette and then Cam Hayward. 3rd and 14. Had a lot of pie on Thanksgiving from the 21. Colts got to convert here. 8:45 to play. 3rd and 14. Down 7. 24-17 Steelers. And Matt Ryan's pass caught and then dropped, but caught again, but brought down right away anyway. Minka Fitzpatrick on the tackle. 4th down. Colts got a punt. So the Steelers getting the ball back with 8.5 to play. Up 7. Whatever you do, don't turn it over. You're going to want to run the football and work this clock like you did the whole entire first half. And you're going to hope to score a touchdown, because if so, this game's going to be over. Field goal might be enough, but right now, I don't know. It's going to depend on how they, do early in this upcoming drive. As the Steelers are back deep to receive. Colts on the punt here. Whatever you do, don't turn it over. And don't run or rough into the fucking punter either like they did. But no flag. And then the Steelers return the punt to about the 27-yard line. 1st and 10. They didn't call the one on the Steelers earlier, though. So that's an acting job, is all that is. You caught any flags on that, says Jeff Saturday? Nope. Timeout. So 7:50 to play officially. Steelers up 7, 24-17 your score. Run the ball, work the clock, make them call their timeouts. If they get the ball back, hopefully you have more than 7-point lead. And they have no timeouts, maybe the 2-minute warning, maybe not. And, game's over at that point. Steelers need one of those drives right now. They do. So we'll see if they can move the football, more than a couple yards and, take more than a couple seconds off the clock or not. But that's where we sit at, 24-17. So we'll see what it gives. As always, I'm sure something will, but whatever you do, don't turn the ball over. In the meantime, as mentioned, this NFL Week 12 began on Thursday. We had 3 games on Thanksgiving once again. All came down to the final play, and all were decided by 1 score or less, and that happened on Thanksgiving with a minimum of 3 games for the first time since 1926, as mentioned, with the Bills defeating the Lions 28-25, Cowboys over the Giants 28-20, and then on Thursday night, the Vikings defeated the Patriots 33-26. And then yesterday, as well as mentioned, 2 overtime games, a shutout, 2 games that were decided by 1 point, and then officially, once again, let me recount these: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 one-score games. The overtime games were the Browns defeating the Buccaneers 23-17 in OT, and then the Raiders beat the Seahawks 40-34. Also in overtime, the shutout was 13-0. 49ers defeating the Saints. Had a couple 2-score, blowouts. 2 scores, 2.5, maybe 3-score or more blowouts, I should say. Chiefs beat the Rams 26-10. Had the Panthers beat the Broncos 23-10 as well. 31-10 for the Jets over the Bears. 30-15 Dolphins over the Texans. And then as the Steelers hand off, and Benny Snell for 8, maybe 9 yards, 2nd and short here. Work this play clock. Don't snap it until you have to. So 2nd and short. But also yesterday, the Bengals beat the Titans 20-16. Washington beat Atlanta 19-13. Jacksonville 28-27 over Baltimore. The Chargers beat the Cardinals 25-24. And then on Sunday Night Football last night, the Eagles beat the Packers 40-33. Week 13 will begin on Thursday night with the Bills and Patriots, as the Steelers on 2nd and 2 get a yard, so they got a 3rd and 1 here. Hopefully they can convert and keep this drive alive. But of course, this Monday Night Football, final game of November, December the 1st on Thursday, Bills-Patriots. Steelers will be in Atlanta on Sunday, whereas the Colts will be at Dallas next Sunday night. Packers-Bears also next Sunday with the Jaguars and Lions. Jets-Vikings should be a good game, as should be Washington and New York with the Skins, the football team in Landover, Maryland, Washington Commanders. 3rd and 1, fullback dive, Derek Watt first down, Pittsburgh at the 40. Keep it up. Keep moving the ball. Keep running. Work clock. Also next week, Titans-Eagles should be a game we'll probably be watching for sure at 1 o'clock. Steelers-Falcons, and with that being on CBS, Titans-Eagles on Fox also at 1. We should be able to watch that game as well. Broncos-Ravens, Browns-Texans, as Deshaun Watson will return. Seahawks-Rams, Dolphins-49ers, and Chiefs-Bengals, arguably the 2 best games of the day next week. Benny Snell give again for 3, maybe 4, 2nd down, and about 6 for Pittsburgh with 5:45 and counting to play, up 7, 24-17. Chiefs-Bengals, of course, AFC Championship game rematch. And then Dolphins-49ers, like I said, probably the 2 best games of the day next week. Titans-Eagles should be good as well, like I said, with Washington, New York, and Minnesota. But then the Chargers and Raiders, Colts, Cowboys, Sunday football, Monday Night Football next week is Saints, Bucks, and then the Cardinals and Panthers on byes. So there's that. But here we go. 2nd and 7, Pittsburgh. Kenny Pickett, don't take a sack. There's a flag on the play. He does get sacked, so we'll see what the dirty laundry is. But be a hold, 10 yards, decline it with the sack. Be 3rd and long anyway, rather than 2nd and long. Take the penalty. Yeah, penalty's decline with the sack. Be 3rd down. Yeah. Good God. Just shoot yourselves in the foot more. Big 3rd down. Because if you don't convert, you punt, pin them deep, hopefully. Make them drive. And if they drive and score, who knows what's going to happen from there. But 3rd and 13. Pat Freiermuth over the middle. Pat Freiermuth, please, and thank you. They need midfield. 3rd and 13. Pickett looking to throw. Dumps it off on a screen. Benny Snell going to get to the 44, but going to be about 6 yards short. So that holding going to hurt him again. And they'll have to punt with 4:40 to play. Colts going to get the ball back, still down 7, all 3 timeouts with a 2-minute warning. Good God. So this defense, once again, because this offense can't do anything with it, going to have to make a play. Come on, defense. Hey, 2 turnovers off of Indy already. Why not a 3rd? Pressure to Matt Ryan, forcing mistakes. Harvin on to punt. And they'll let it bounce. Did it touch them? They'll down it inside the 10 at about the 7. Yep. 1st and 10 Colts from there. So they'll have to go the distance, down 7. Starting the drive from the 7 with about 4 minutes to play and all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning to come. But Pittsburgh's defense got to make a stop. If they can, they should win this game. If not, like I said, who the hell knows what's going to happen if they give up a touchdown. Maybe the Colts would go for 2 in the win, rather than go to overtime for that matter. Gonna come down to the wire. Another 1-score game with the Steelers this season, and another 1-score game when these 2 teams have met. So never fails. But 24-17 Pittsburgh. Defensively, come on, TJ Watt, where you at? Come on, Minka. Come down to the wire. Turnovers. They've gotten 2 off of them already. Why not, like I said, a third time the charm. Strip sack. Interception of some sorts to whoever. Just make a play, get a stop. Don't let them score. The main objective is keep them out of the end zone. So, as mentioned, once again, next week in the NFL, after that recap a minute ago, we got the Bills and Patriots on Thursday. You'll probably see me then. I'll probably have live watch on reactions over YouTube of that. So be sure to subscribe. And then also on Sunday, Steelers, Falcons on CBS. And also at 1 o'clock, Titans, Eagles. So we'll probably get that game on Fox as well. So yeah, Steelers, Falcons, Titans, Eagles. We'll see about any other streams on Sunday or next Monday as well. But also on Sunday, we'll have the Packers and Bears. We'll see if Rodgers plays with his injury he suffered last night at Philadelphia on Sunday Night Football or not. But also then the Jaguars and Lions. Jets, who's going to be playing quarterback at Minnesota against the Vikings. Washington and New York. The loser, honestly, could be on the outside looking in when it's all said and done. In the NFC East, let alone the wild card. And then Broncos, Ravens, Browns, Texans, And then the Seahawks at the Rams. Dolphins, 49ers should be damn good, as should be Chiefs, Bengals again. Chargers, Raiders, and Colts will be at the Cowboys. Matt Ryan going deep, and it'll be caught by Michael Pittman at the 35-yard line into double, triple coverage. And got a flag on the play as well, but first down and 10 for the Colts at the 35-yard line. See what the flag is. Pass interference on the Steelers defense. Come on. Powers decline, but still, come on. How the hell are you calling a pass interference on that? That's a clean play again. Jesus Christ, man. That's not PI, though. Yeah, he still made it, and so they declined the penalty, but still. These refs are just throwing flags on every play. To mention, Colts, Cowboys next Sunday night, Monday Night Football next week, Saints, Bucks. But first and 10, Colts from the 35, down 7 to 3:44 to play, and got an injured player. And that injured player is Levi Wallace, who was on the coverage, who got the flag called against him. So first and 10 for the Colts from the 35-yard line. And a handoff, Jonathan Taylor back to try to be able to stop him. 3-4 yards, second down and 7. Second and 6 officially, so they do give him 4 to the 38.5. With 3:13 to play. Matt Ryan. Pass over the middle, caught. Jelani Woods again. With Levi Wallace back in there. And also looked like DeMonte KZ. So first and 10, Colts on their handoff, Jonathan Taylor. Cam Hayward on the stop. And this game might come down to whoever has the ball last. Maybe another game-winning field goal with these two. Second and 6 from the 40 and a whistle. And why is Levi Wallace having to leave the field? He was injured, left, and came back on. And now he's got to come out again? What the fuck? He's fine. They take his helmet from him. They're going to check him out, put him in the tent. Jesus Christ. So with him being checked out, you got Sutton, Millette, Pierre, Minka, and Edmonds, but then DeMonte KZ. And where the hell's William Jackson been at since they traded for him? You know, nowhere to be found. They even activated him. That's why. But still, where the hell's he at? Like, why isn't he playing? From the 40, second and 6. Matt Ryan going to go deep near side. And intended for Alec Pierce. Incomplete. Sutton on the coverage. They wanted a flag. They're not going to get it. That's a good no call. That's no penalty to begin with. So, no call for sure. But, yeah, Pierce targeted shit for the first time tonight. You know, Sutton and KZ on the coverage. Third and 6 for the Colts from the 40 with 2:21 to play. Down 7, 24-17 Steelers. Matt Ryan complete. Oh, nice tackle. Minka Fitzpatrick takes down Michael Pittman. And now they got a long field goal. Which 4th and 3. We'll go to 2 minutes, and then the Colts got a decision to make on if they want to kick a long field goal from the 36-yard line, which would be about 53, 54 yards, or if they go for it. The thing is, they still got all 3 timeouts, so we'll see what they do. But with 2 minutes to play, Colts ball, 4th down and 3. Steelers 24, Colts 17. They'll probably go for it. I mean, they sort of have to, but I mean, at the same point in time, you can kick it and then still hope you get the ball back, even if you want to kick an onside kick, because you still got those timeouts. But then if you don't stop them, game's over. Because Pittsburgh would just have to get a first down or 2 and then run the clock out. So we'll see what Jeff Saturday does. Remember, they went for it on a 4th down earlier. Also on a 4th and short, they were going to kick it, and then they had an offside, so first down. But then they turned it over anyway and got nothing out of the drive. I mean, game's on the line. I mean, yeah, you sort of got to go for it. I'm not going to be shocked, though, if they kick it. It'll be a long field goal is the thing. And then their 59-yarder was blocked earlier. Because the longer the field goal, the lower the ball is going to be coming off the foot. You know, because to drive it, it's got to have that distance. It's got to go, from bottom to top in the distance. Whereas a normal kick, you can, for the most part, kick it however you want. Just as long as laces are out, because if not, you're going to shank it. But yeah, we'll see what they call here. And then Pittsburgh get the ball back. It's 24-17. Hopefully you don't give up a touchdown here. It's at 24. You're going to want to get in field goal range and win it. But if you have a 7-point lead, as you do, 24-17, you're just going to run the ball and run the clock out. So big 4th down here for the Colts. We'll see what they do. 4th and 3. And they're going to go for it. Watch a screen to Jonathan Taylor. But even Jelani Woods over the middle. But then they got, Campbell, Pittman, and Pierce at receiver. Pass going to be caught. They're going to give him forward progress. Yeah, they will. Unfortunately, 1st down and 10. Colts, even though Pittman on the catch caught it and then went back behind the 1st down marker before it was officially brought down. Under 2, can't challenge it. Got to come from up above. Colts 1st and 10. Minute 36 to play. And out of the gun, Matt Ryan going to get sacked. Fumble. Alex Highsmith off the edge, but the Colts recovered. They still got 3 timeouts, but this clock rolling, minute 25, and the Colts need a touchdown to tie it. Minute 20 and counting. Yeah, that's a fumble right before the knee's down. And then they recovered. So minute 5 and counting. Wasting time back at the 40. 2nd and 17. They still haven't snapped it. Under a minute to play. Matt Ryan. Pump fakes. Going to step up and run. And inside the 30 he goes, and he's going to dive, but he's going to be a yard short. Be 3rd and about 45 seconds. They still have 3 timeouts, and they're not calling one of them. 40 seconds to play. They don't want to give Pittsburgh any times to think, because if they score, I think they might be going for 2 in the win. 3rd and 3, handoff on a draw. Jonathan Taylor Alex Highsmith on the tackle. No gain on the play. 4th down and 3 again. Colts definitely got to call a timeout there at 30 seconds. And here's your ball game, folks. Colts can still stop it twice if they don't convert, but it ain't going to matter because, Pittsburgh, 3rd down, and then the Colts have no timeouts. Clock's going to run out. I mean, they might just have to run around the backfield, let the clock expire. Watt got the tip on the other 4th down that they converted, but they still caught it. And then 4th and 3 again. So we'll see if they can convert again. But strip sack fumble they recovered. And then, come on, defense. 4th and 3. Steelers might want to call a timeout here. They got 3 of them. Why not? Just see how they're lined up. Make them think about it. From the 27, 4th and 3 for the Colts. Matt Ryan gets a snap. It's pressured, throws it, and it'll be incomplete. Jennifer Campbell with Sutton and then Minka on the coverage with the hit. No flag on the play. And that should about do it. 24 seconds. Colts only can stop it twice, which they will, I would have to think. But Pittsburgh to get a 3rd down unless they get a 1st down. Run the clock out. Game's over. Steelers going to beat the Colts on Monday Night Football. And, hold that thought for a minute. Still 24 seconds to play, but Tomlin tips his cap to his DBs. And, they'll take a knee, and rightfully so. The Colts are still going to call timeouts, even though it ain't going to matter. And now they won't even call their timeouts. Game's over. Steelers win 24-17. So they wanted a pass interference on Sutton, passing Jennifer Campbell, but no call. I'm sure there's people going to be talking about that. Minka then with the hit, but then the Steelers win 24-17. And the Steelers will get to 4-7. The Colts fall to 4-7-1, so that tie with the loss tonight going to hurt them. So the Steelers are in the playoff picture, right on the bottom. But so I've said if they can take care of business, they go to Atlanta next Sunday at 1. Be sure to tune back in. Maybe get some help down the stretch. The Pittsburgh Steelers will be A-OK. Steelers win at Indy on Monday night, 24-17. We'll update some final stats and scores here in a minute, but good game, down to the wire, final play of the game, and Kenny Pickett will get interviewed. We'll see what the 8-ball has to say. And he gets his first road win tonight on Monday Night Football. Yeah, win's a win. Doesn't matter how it got done, a win's a win. They're 4-7. Yeah. They were 1-3 when he first started. And then they lost. And then they won, and they lost 2 bye week. 1 lost, 1 tonight. Yeah. Tomlin now 19-3 on Monday Night Football, the Steelers coach. The reason why the Steelers won was because the defense made a play at the end of the game. But they did enough early, up 16-3 at halftime, only scoring a touchdown on a 2-point in the second half, early fourth quarter, after blowing it almost. They, at the end of the day, found a way to win, and the win's a win. And also the running game, yeah. And hopefully Najee Harris is okay. But even not, Hopefully, Jalen Warren could return sometime soon. But McFarland and Snell didn't look half bad tonight. But it's only, the thing is, one game. So how do they build off of this win? Because the last 3 times they've won already this year, they've lost the following game. They're 4-7 now. They're still alive in the playoff picture. The tie hurting the Colts that they got week 1. But they'll sign off for the broadcast. They'll take us to Sports Center with Scott Van Pelt. I'm sure he's not tired yet. We'll see his best thing he saw today, and then he'll get us back to Troy and Joe and see what they got to say about the game overall. But they'll also give us Tomlin and Jeff Saturday's press conferences. And, oh, shit, a bad beat of the year. That's not a good thing. But Steelers win 24-17. Most points they've scored in a win now this year. But the other 3, you know, ain't that far behind at 23 and then 20 times 2. But like I said, how do they build off of this? Because when they beat Cincinnati, then they lost to New England. When they beat Tampa Bay, then they lost to Miami. And when they beat New Orleans 2 weeks ago, they then lost to Cincinnati last week. So they beat Indy tonight at Indy on Monday night. They go to Atlanta next week. Another winnable game. That's what I said a couple weeks ago. You know, they already beat the Bengals. You know, and could have beat them last week as well. You know, don't settle for 3 as many times as they did. Score touchdowns, a hell of a lot different story, I think. You know, they'd be on a fucking 3-game winning streak with the win tonight. They've won 2 of their last 3 now after the bye week. Okay. But getting to that Baltimore game now in officially 2 weeks, I said a couple weeks ago, and then, you know, went back on it, you know, 1 game because of the loss. You know, could be 6-6, 5-7 going into that game, and then maybe split with the Ravens, let alone win both games, you know, win a couple more games. That's what, you know, take care of business, maybe get some help. And at this point, yeah, 4-7, they can only afford 1 more loss to still have a winning record this year at 9-8, and still have a losing season since 2003. But potentially, you know, might have a chance still to make the playoffs. But what's going to hurt them is, unless they win the division, which doesn't seem likely, but who the hell knows what's going to happen. They're going to get screwed because they got swept by the whole entire AFC East. And, you know, the only way they make the playoffs is as a wild card. And as they went to Indy tonight, furthest west they will now officially travel this year. They'll head to Atlanta next Sunday at 1. I'll have live watch-along reactions over on YouTube. That's be sure to tune in. It's not the furthest south they've already gone. They've gone to Miami. Furthest east, though, was Philly. Furthest north was Buffalo. But the extra adding game, the first of the 2 is, in fact, this Colt game, and then they host the Raiders on Christmas Eve night as they'll retire Franco Harris's 32, 50 years following the Immaculate Reception. But you got to go to Atlanta, then you get Baltimore at home, then you got to go to Carolina. Then you get the Raiders at home, then you got to go to Baltimore, and you get Cleveland at home. So, you know, with the 6 remaining games, officially 3 are in division. Yeah, they're 1-2 in the North. They beat Cincinnati and lost to the Browns and also lost to the Bengals. Got swept by the AFC East. But, you know, they're 2-0 against the NFC South. I think they could probably also go to Atlanta and Carolina and win both those games. Like I said, maybe split with the Ravens, maybe win both those games for all we know. That's why they play the games. You know, Raiders, Browns at home as well, along with the Ravens in 2 weeks. That's what, if they can take care of business, especially in division, maybe get some help. I think they'll be all right. And it started again tonight, and they find a way to win 24-17 against the Colts. And let's see what Joe Buck and Troy can have to say about the game on SportsCenter now. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't call any timeouts either. They had 3 of them, and didn't call one of them until they had a fourth down with 40 seconds. Yeah. Steelers win for the 12th time in their last 13 games on Monday Night Football. And this is the Steelers' first win of the year when trailing to start the fourth quarter. They were 0-6 entering the fourth when they trailed so far this year. But they had a 16-3 lead and they blew it in the third. It was a tale of 2 halves. Tale of 3 quarters there. Pittsburgh controlled the clock in the first half, and then Indy did exactly what Pittsburgh did to them in the third quarter and did the same with running the football, and then came back, made it interesting. But then the Steelers make some stops on defense and had a bunch of penalties. It felt like a couple turnovers that really didn't cost the Colts because the Steelers couldn't capitalize off of them. But overall, the Steelers found a way to win, and that's all that matters. 24-17 your final score. Yeah. Poor clock management by the Colts, long story short. So now Jeff Saturday is 1-2 as the interim coach of the Colts. Yeah, that's why I was thinking if they would have scored, maybe they were going to go for 2 in the win and not give Pittsburgh any time to do anything. Yeah, and they have too much time then. So they want them to burn some. And the Colts haven't won a home game on Monday Night Football in 12 years. Peyton was still at the helm in 2010. And the Steelers, I might add, went to the Super Bowl that year. Yeah. He tucked it and ran. He made plays. Yeah. Wins on the road for the first time in his rookie year. Officially 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 as a starter. Okay, so Pickett can get to 500 next week at 4-4 as a Steelers starting quarterback. Speed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was down to the wire again. Another one-score game with these two. Another one-score Steeler game, I might add, too. All right. Yeah, really. Best broadcast team in the NFL right now, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on Monday Night Football. And we'll wait Mike Tomlin's press conference if they show it. Looking on Steelers Twitter in the meantime. If they're going to broadcast it like they normally do as well. In the meantime, they might be still be celebrating in the locker room. They got a short week though. You know, it's not like they played from Sunday to Thursday, but they played from Monday night. Got to travel back home and then play at Atlanta on Sunday at 1. So, you know, they won't practice tomorrow, but they'll still be in, and then they'll practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then travel Saturday, and you know, game Sunday, and then they'll have a full week off. You know, by the time the Ravens come in 2 weeks. But you know, they found a way to win. And they did enough early, whereas Indy didn't hardly do anything early on, and that's probably what cost them, even though they were still in it late. Like another down the wire game, like, all right, whatever, but win's a win. And that's what I said, at 4-7 now. They honestly needed a win tonight to keep their season alive, and they do just that. You know, they're still with Cleveland at 4-7 in the North, and then both Cincinnati and Baltimore are 7-4. Thing is, for the Browns, Deshaun Watson's coming back. We'll see how he plays. You know, Pittsburgh split with Cincinnati. They've already lost the Browns, but like I said, we'll see how Watson plays and how the Cleveland game goes week 18. But then they still got to play Baltimore twice. Press conference is ongoing, and yeah, the Steelers unfortunately don't have his press conference up live right now for whatever reason. Normally they do. It's normally short and sweet anyway, only a couple minutes, so we'll see what Tomlin has to say. But, you know, complimentary football, even though they couldn't, you know, capitalize off turnovers. They didn't turn it over themselves, which thank God they didn't do that. But they ran it, they passed it, they played good defense, relied on special teams. Win by 7 when, you know, okay, they had 2 touchdowns and a 2-point attempt. But we'll say 2 touchdowns for 14 points. And then 3 field goals. Those 3 field goals are touchdowns. They win this game with ease and double them up. You know, if everything else goes the way it did at 35-17 at a max. But that, of course, that's not how it went. But they still won, so a win's a win. But they left points off the board. They did. And hopefully Najee Harris, like I said, is okay. They need to get Jalen Warren back as well. So they're down with their top 2 running backs, but McFarland and Stone are there. I still think that they should probably look to sign somebody, whether that's a number 1 guy or not, maybe third down back. Just give them some depth. Give them some more balance, some relief. If it can come down to it, just somebody who's going to go out there and ball. And I don't think they might. I'm going to check here if they have any running backs currently on the practice squad, because McFarland was, and they activated him. There's players out there, and they know there's players out there. It's just a matter of fact if they're going to go out and sign them or not. Can't, of course, trade for anybody because of the trade deadline being passed, but they have Master Teague at running back from Ohio State, along with Jason Huntley. So maybe if both Harris and Warren are unable to go next week, you get McFarland and Snell, and then maybe one of those two, if not both, activated for that matter. They're going to show some highlights, really just the last minute of the game, with Indy not calling a timeout, and then they finally do, and then they got another 4th and 3, and then they don't convert, and the Steelers win. We'll see if, they get the full game highlight here in a minute as well. We'll dissect that. But overall, a good game. But a win's a win for Pittsburgh. The tie is going to hurt Indy at 4-7-1 now. Pittsburgh at 4-7. They have a head-to-head win. Just Saturday. Thought they had plenty of time, so he didn't want to call a timeout. They just didn't make enough plays, he says. All right, so here comes Ryan Clark, former Steeler, won a Super Bowl with the black and gold. We'll see what he has to say, but, hey, a win's a win for the Steelers, once again. 24-17, your final score. They, offensively, with Kenny Pickett, as officially final stats and scores, he finished 20-28 for $174. Steelers NFL best 923 win percentage on Monday Night Football since 2014. They're 12-1. Have won 12 of 13 on Monday Night Football. I'm trying to think who the hell that loss was against. That's still, damn good. Pittsburgh, one of the NFL's best all-time franchises to begin with, for that matter. With now being tied with the Patriots, they were the first to 6 Lombardis. And then just the history, the tradition. Whose press conference is this? Matt Ryan. And he has 14 turnovers this season. Tied for the most in the NFL with Josh Allen, who I get on every once in a while for trying to do too much. Tonight, Matt Ryan, I don't even think was even close to trying to do too much. They just didn't hardly do anything at all until they got going in the run game. With Jonathan Taylor, who JT finished with 86 yards rushing and a touchdown on 20 carries. Matt Ryan was 22-34 for $199 and a touchdown on the pick. Sacked 3 times. Johnny Woods led the team in receiving, 8 for 98. Pittman, 7-61. And then Mo Alley Cox, Paris Campbell, 14 yards. And Jonathan Taylor had 3 catches, 12 yards out of the backfield. They made, a field goal, missed a field goal from 59 to end the half because it was blocked. And then they scored 2 touchdowns to take a 17-16 lead at the end of the third quarter. Millette led Pittsburgh defensively in tackles. Had a sack, as did Edmonds and Highsmith. And then 2 turnovers from Indy. And then Matthew Wright threw 3 on field goals in the first half. If only those field goals, once again, man, were touchdowns, and it wouldn't be a 1-score game. So even moving forward with the win, coming off the loss last week and having to settle for 3, then help. A lot different if they punch it in and score and settle for 3, then for sure. Even tonight, it's not a 1-score game. It's doubling up what Indy had total. It'd be 35-17, give or take, if everything else goes the way it did. So moving forward, to go to Atlanta now next Sunday, even then, you still got to punch it in rather than having to settle for a 3. Now, okay, every once in a while, you got to settle, take the points, so be it. But they got to score more touchdowns rather than have to kick field goals. The most points they've scored, once again, win or lose, this year has been 30, and it was last week in the loss. This 24 tonight is the most they've scored in a win. But then the 23 and 20, the 2 times they did those in the wins are, the next highest. Like, they're not averaging, that many points. It's the defense, once again, keeping them alive overall in the game and overall long-term in the season. Because once again, looking forward, or looking ahead, moving forward, if they take care of business themselves, they'll be okay, but they might also need some help. It's all just going to depend on what happens down the stretch. They got officially 6 more games, with 3 of those being at home and 3 of those being on the road. So take care of business. Ain't it getting any easier, no doubt about it. It's the NFL, for God's sakes. Every game's going to be hard to win. But you got a couple more winnable games coming up. As I mentioned, before, it shakes out, in their favor to win this game as they did tonight and win this game or that game or, whatever game you want to talk about. If they take care of business, Pittsburgh's going to be in it at the end. Now, whether or not that's making the playoffs or, finishing with a winning record at 9-8 or a losing record at 8-9, it ain't going to be 8-8 anymore because of that extra game. That's where it gets tricky at. But they got to continue to fight, got to continue to, try to win these games. As, they're 4-7, and like I said at the start, and I have been saying, a couple of those 7 wins very well, a couple of those 7 losses very well could be wins to get them to that 6, 7, 8 win threshold. Because everything, for the most part, has been 1 score, and it's just, matter of fact, and if they, find a way to win the close games. And they did tonight, even though they had a lead and, almost blew it. They scored late and held on to that lead with the defense holding it down. So I just, go back, what could have been because of the, I know I might sound like a broken record, but it's true. It's the touchback that should have been a safety that led to a field goal against New Orleans. They lose by 3. At Cleveland on a short week then later on, another 1-score game, they drive and score, they win the game rather than, give them a late defensive touchdown and, lose by more than they were down anyway. But they, play calling wise, run the football. Here's Mike Tomlin. Third straight game with no turnovers for Pickett. So, I mean, complimentary football all around, though. They didn't have a turnover in general by anybody tonight. And they got 2 on defense, even though they couldn't capitalize well. All right, so that's all they're going to have for Tomlin, and Sports Center will continue. Yeah, normally Steelers Twitter would have posted the live press conference, but for whatever reason tonight, I guess they didn't. It's been about 10 minutes since I last checked, but ain't going to matter at this point. But oh well. But no, play calling wise, they run the ball or stop the run. Probably win that game against the Jets. Okay, you have 2 blowouts at Buffalo and Philadelphia, but don't give up a lot of passing yards and touchdowns from Josh Allen and Gabe Davis and Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown. A couple plays here or there. It's a hell of a lot closer than what it was. They beat Cincinnati, Tampa, New Orleans, now Indy tonight. But then a 1-score game at Miami, they pick off 2 and capitalize off of those turnovers. It's not coming down to the wire as it did then. And last week, not having to settle for 3 and punch it in for touchdowns, Believe me, I think it's a hell of a lot different with the outcome for one, with who won or lost. Not complaining, but I'm just, it's coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it is what it is, though, at the same time, and they didn't win those. They lost those, and now they won for the 4th time this evening. So 24-17, your final score. Like I said, hopefully Najee Harris is okay. They can't afford to lose him. But even though without him, they were still able to run the football with Jalen Warren out entering tonight's game. With McFarland and Snell. Pickett made some plays on the ground as well, I might add. But they do have, as I looked up here, as they activated McFarland off the practice squad already, they do have Master Teague on the practice squad and also Jason Huntley right now as well. So maybe, like I said, if, one, if not both, Harris and Warren can go next week, maybe one of, or even both of those guys get activated and, they elevate them and they play next week for all we know. They didn't get Pat Freiermuth involved as much as I, of course, no doubt about it, would have liked them to. Only had 3 catches for 39 yards this evening. Pickens led the team in receiving, 357. Deontay Johnson right behind him, 5 of 49. Freiermuth, 3 of 39. McFarland, 2 of 11. Sims, 2 of 9. And then Snell had a catch for 6 yards. Harris had a catch for 4 yards. I mean, Cody White had a catch early for 2 yards, but nothing really, else. They had a fullback dive for Derek Watt and a shuffle pass to him over the middle as well for a yard inside the goal line. Like, why you're running trickery inside the 5. They did end up scoring. Benny Snell punched in for a touchdown. But, they traded away Claypool, and rightfully so. But, Deontay Johnson's still going to be making some plays. Pickens is no doubt about it the number 1 at times, but even Johnson is too. But they both got to step up because with no more Claypool and then, once again, Miller and Austin having already been out for the year, Boykin out for this game tonight, but he really hasn't done much this year to begin with. Sims and Gunner offensively, they don't really do much either. In the return game, there's really nothing there. So they have Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, a receiver, and then Pat Freiermuth is your number 1 tight end, but he's really your 3rd receiver as well. Truly the number 1 receiver at times for Kenny Pickett, but then even Zach Gentry and Connor Hayward ain't doing much. But you still got to give this offensive line credit, I might add, as well. A couple penalties earlier, gave him a couple sacks, I might add as well, but they're able to run the football. 36 carries as a team for 172 yards and 2 touchdowns. One by Harris, the other by Snell. They're going to give us bad beats. But, third straight game now, they've been able to run the ball, and they haven't turned it over. So they just got to keep it up, and they got to go to Atlanta next week and win. And then they got to at least beat Baltimore once, if not twice. And then if they can, I'm not saying they're going to win out, but if they once again can take care of business, I think they'll be okay. I do. So watch out for the Steelers. And I'm just not saying this because they won tonight. I've been saying it if you're just not tuning in. Go check out the other streams. TJ Watt had a quiet night. Officially only 3 tackles. 2 of them solo, but he was so close to getting to Matt Ryan. And you got to give credit to the Colt line. They were holding him a lot. And the penalties for both teams total, we had 3 against the Steelers for 19 yards and only 2 against the Colts for 20 yards. So 5 accepted penalties. That's the thing. When there was a bunch more thrown. Steelers controlled the clock, though. And I think that's another reason why they won. They controlled the clock, and they did enough early, and the defense, eventually held it down and won the game. Because Indy did come back, made it interesting. If they would have got Jonathan Taylor going earlier than they did, Pittsburgh would have been in trouble, and Pittsburgh probably would have lost this game. But another reason why the Steelers won is because they didn't turn the ball over. The Colts did twice. However, the Steelers couldn't capitalize off of either of those. You go back to the Steeler opening drive, they kicked the field goal. The second drive, after 2 plays on offense for the Colts and the interception by James Pierre, they were in field goal range again, but then the sack took them out of field goal range. They had to punt. And then they kicked another field goal before they scored, and then kicked another field goal, and were up 16-3 at halftime. The Colts missed a 59-yard field goal just prior to halftime as time expired because it was blocked by Isaiah Loudermilk and Cam Hayward. But then, just as the Steelers had momentum going into the second half, the Colts flipped it on a switch, sparked it with a long kickoff return, almost for a touchdown. However, didn't score, but then a couple plays later they did. Jonathan Taylor with the rushing touchdown. As he had 20 carries, once again, 86 yards rushing and a touchdown. And then as they're down at 16-10, remember, with all the penalties that were coming in on the Steeler defense, whether there were penalties or not, you had Indy kick a field goal on 4th and 2. It was up and good. However, there was a penalty on offside on the Steelers. They took it off the board, kept the drive alive, and then they had a pass in the end zone in which there was a defensive pass interference, even though it was incomplete. So they spotted the ball at the 1. But then next play, a couple plays later, Colts fumbled, Steelers recovered, but then couldn't do anything with it anyway. So the Colts didn't get anything. It was still 16-10. But then because the Steelers didn't do anything, the Colts got the ball back, they drove and scored. And then had a 17-16 lead going into the 4th quarter. Pittsburgh then, about 10 minutes to play, drove and scored, went for 2 and got it, up 24-17. Got the ball back again, I might add. Was hoping they were going to go on a long drive to work the clock, but they, gave the Colts the ball back. And then really, Indy drove until, 4th down with a couple seconds to play and didn't convert, and the game's over. Steelers take a knee, and then they win it 24-17. So Officially, once again, yes, 24-17 your final score. Steelers controlled the clock by a good 10 minutes. And, for the most part with that and running the football, which go hand in hand. You run the football, you work the clock. Pickett made some plays in the air and on the ground as well. They didn't turn it over, and the defense, played good late. And the main reason why the Steelers won this game tonight, even though they did enough early on when Indy didn't. Steelers didn't, do anything at all in the third quarter, gave up 14 unanswered, down 17-16 going in the fourth, and then they score, and then that was it with the 2-point then 24-17 your final score. Matt Ryan, 22 of 34 officially, a $1.99 and a touchdown and a pick, along with being sacked 3 times. Had a strip sack, but they recovered. And then with his interception, Jonathan Taylor also fumbled, but did have a rushing touchdown on 20 carries for 86 yards rushing. Matt Ryan had 4 carries, 22 yards rushing as well. Jelani Woods led the team in receiving, 8 for 98. Michael Pittman Jr., 7 of 61 and a touchdown. And then Mo Alley Cox and Paris Campbell, 14 yards receiving. Jonathan Taylor, 12 yards receiving out of the backfield. Pittsburgh, as Matthew Wright had 3 field goals for 9 points. Najee Harris had a rushing touchdown, as did Benny Snell, and then a 2-point attempt from Pickett to Pickens, which was good. 24-17, Steelers win. Pickett, 20 of 28, a $174. He was also sacked 3 times. So, like I said at the start, it starts up front. Run the ball and stop the run, which sort of even itself out. You're going to win this game. But even with that, they found a way to win because they ran the ball and they controlled the clock early, and they did enough early. Even not capitalizing off turnovers, the defense did their job, and they held on to win the game. Benny Snell, 12 carries, 62 yards rushing and a touchdown. Najee Harris, 10 carries, 35 yards rushing and a touchdown. Kenny Pickett had 6 carries, 32 yards rushing. Anthony McFarland had 6 carries, 30 yards rushing. And then, as mentioned, Pickens led the team in receiving as well, 3 of 57. Deontay Johnson, 5 of 49. And Pat Fryerman, it's got to get him the ball a little bit more, 3 of 39. And Matthew Wright, 3 of 3 on field goals, and Millette led the team in tackles with 10. As Pierre had the interception, and then Wormley had the fumble recovery. That's right, Chris Wormley had the fumble recovery. But even with the turnovers, they could have capitalized. Long story short, moving forward, once again, can't have to settle for 3 all the damn time. They got to punch it in and score touchdowns. Last week, even tonight, hopefully next week it doesn't become a occurring thing. They got to score touchdowns rather than have to settle for 3. Because, last week's game was a win if they scored touchdowns rather than have to settle for 3. Tonight's game was a win regardless, if they had to settle for 3 or not, but they would have scored more than they did. They left points off the board, long story short. And then also now next week, Atlanta, they're coming off the loss at Washington. They went to, who was it, Cincinnati, and they got, or no, that was Carolina that Cincinnati got blown out. Atlanta went to Cincinnati, though, and I think lost as well. I'm just trying to think what they've done against the North. I've seen them a couple times. They're not that bad, honestly, but they're not that good either. But, Pittsburgh's in the same boat, so it should be a good game. Probably another down-to-the-wire finish. Another 1-score game, if I'd have to guess. And hoping, of course, for a Pittsburgh Steelers win to get them to that 5-7. Just hoping for a 6-6 mark going into the Baltimore game, and then give themselves a chance up against the Ravens. Take care of business down the stretch. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? Because they got, even though it's getting easier, a couple tough games, yeah. they're winnable games for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So if they can take care of business, maybe get some help, they make the playoffs. Okay, they don't. Okay, just at this point, because like I've been saying, they can only afford one more loss, and then have to win out to still have a winning record. I think that's probably your number one goal, and then number two is to make the playoffs. But that's a 1A, 1B in any which order you put it, because you're going to go out and hope to win every game, and you're going to go out and hope to go the distance. So we'll see how much further they go. They got 6 more games for sure. I'll have live watch-along reactions over on YouTube as always, so be sure to tune back in. And in the meantime, thank you for tuning in and listening this evening to my NFL Monday Night Football live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube. But in the meantime, I think that'll do it for myself. Your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So, as always, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And next week's schedule now, with no more college football, the regular season being over with. We will have conference championship games on Saturday, Friday and Saturday for that matter, this upcoming weekend. And then also, of course, more NFL, another month and a half or so of the regular season. But conference title games for the college football landscape before the bowl games begin. Just keep an eye out for more upcoming videos, whether it be college football, the NFL, professional wrestling. Be sure to subscribe. Notification bell next to it as well. As it's up to date is in fact on social media, so like, follow, and subscribe. But next week looks like Thursday Night Football with Bills Patriots, and then no college football next week, or the following week. Honestly, for probably about a month, just whenever the Penn State bowl game is. And then the college football playoff as well. But of course, more NFL action every weekend and professional wrestling as well. So the NFL next Sunday for sure, Steelers, Falcons, and like I said, TV2 should be Titans, Eagles, and then we'll see about any other games at 4 or Sunday or Monday night, and then we'll get into the next couple of weeks into the final days and of the year, as hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll have a Merry Christmas in now less than a month. But hard to believe 2022's come and gone, and 2023 is going to be here before you know it. But we'll say the same thing for the following year after that, as we always do anyway. In due time. But in the meantime, just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. So yes, that will in fact do it for these NFL, Steelers, Colts, Monday Night Football live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and listening, and I'll see everybody now next weekend for more live watch-along reactions live right on YouTube. And Pittsburgh with a 24-17 win at Indy on Monday Night Football, and they'll travel now to a hotline at the ATL next Sunday to take on the Atlanta Falcons. And another winnable game before the Baltimore Ravens come to the Steel City. So this 2-game road trip tonight in Atlanta on Sunday, a short week, will be their final back-to-back road game of the season, as they've already done that once to Miami and Philadelphia in the bye week. Had only 1-2 game homestand the past 2 weeks, and they're back on the road tonight next week. But then from there on out, it's home, away, home down the stretch. So 6 more games, 3 at home, 3 on the road, starting next week at Atlanta, following a 24-17 road win here tonight on Monday Night Football against the Indianapolis Colts. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. The black and gold win on Monday Night Football, 24-17 against the Indianapolis Colts.